Yesterday we had, yes, please. Yesterday we had 8 papers presented in the main session, and then subsequently in the technical sessions, a large number of papers were presented. The quality has been very nice, and we expect that the same quality is maintained over here today also and tomorrow as well. Overall, it had been a great learning experience in this particular emerging area of integrative science and technology. So I welcome once again all the participants, all the paper presenters, as well as the organizers. Warm welcome to you. And we can start the second day's proceedings today, please.
Thank you, sir. So we start our day 2 invited talk with our first invited talk is by Professor Paulo Hancock and Professor Neela. Professor Paulo is professor at Department of Automated Systems and Modeling in Economics. Professor Neela is in Department of Finance, Khmelnytsky National University. The session will be chaired by our own Professor Nina Poida. Professor Paulo, over to you. Kindly start your talk.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes.
Professor Nina. Thank you, dear Dr. Meenakshi. Let me say a few words about our speakers. But first of all, I would like to I beg your pardon, dear colleagues and dear participants, for I am without video because I had a problem with enabling my video camera. So I just will be talking. Let me say I'm very delighted to introduce our distinguished guests, the first speakers of today's session, our Ukrainian colleagues. From Khmelnytsky National University, Professor Pavlo Grigoruk and Professor Nila Khrushch. Let me say a few words about our colleagues. Professor Pavlo Grigoruk has obtained his Doctor of Economic Sciences degree in 2013. Currently, he is a professor of Automated Systems and Modeling in the Economics Department of Khmelnytsky National University, Ukraine. Main areas of research are related to decision-making, multidimensional modeling of socio-economic systems, comprehensive assessment of characteristics as economic phenomena, financial security, sustainable development, information technologies in education, and so on. Since December 2020, he is the editor-in-chief of Herald of Khmelnytsky National University Economic Sciences series. And currently, together with Professor Nila Khrushch, they registered the new scientific journal Modeling the Development of the Economic Systems. And Professor Nila Khrushch is the editor-in-chief of this journal. Professor Nila Khrushch is the head of, it was mentioned, is the head of Finance, Banking, and Insurance Department of the same university, namely Khmelnytsky National University. Doctor of Economic Sciences since 2007. Areas of scientific interest include financial and economic research and modeling of business entities activity, financial security, sustainable development, strategic and financial management. Today, our speakers are going to present a joint report as a result of their collaboration. The topic is structural changes in the socio-economic development of regions, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The research was conducted based on the use of comprehensive index assessment technology. Key speaker today is Professor Pavlo Grigoruk. So as our Professor Arceloni used to say, what is your, dear Professor Pavlo?
Thank you. Please give me an opportunity to share my screen.
Yes, sir. Permission granted, sir.
Yes. Excuse me, boy, I have a delay. Yes. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Dear organizers, dear participants, dear colleagues, I would like to present outcomes of studies by the topic structural changes in the socio-economic development of regions, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. These results were obtained during the implementation of a scientific project which is funded by the state budget of Ukraine. And on behalf of our project team, let me express my gratitude for opportunity to participate in the conference and present our results. The pandemic COVID-19 caused by SARS-CoV-2 proved to be most unpleasant peacetime shock for world economy in current century. There is every reason to consider that from a socio-economic point of view, this crisis will be deeper than in 2000 and 2009. Human losses and economic damage are already evident, both for countries with developed economies and for those in developing countries. The impact of the pandemic COVID-19 on global macroeconomic indicators, according to the data of International Labour Organization, is shown on slide 2. As follow from the United Nations report World Economic Situation and Prospects in 2020, aimed on the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic and restrictive measures, the world economy contracted by 4.3%, the deepest global recession indicates. As for Ukraine, the COVID-19 pandemic and severe restrictive measures aimed at preventing its spread have significantly affected the real business environment in Ukraine. As a result of introduction of quarantine, the financial condition of large and medium-sized enterprises deteriorated, and significant share of small enterprise ceased to operate. The forecast macroeconomic indicators for the end of 2020 presented by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine in relation with the major pandemic shown on this slide. An even more pessimistic forecast of Ukraine's economy was obtained by a study conducted by the our National Institution of Economic Development. Gross domestic product declined by 7% in 2020. The socioeconomic downturn will be 11.2%. These facts highlight the need to research to assess the real losses from the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of regional socioeconomic development, which will help identify weakness of a national regional policy. In particular, for the Ukraine, it contributes to the achievement of the goals reflected in the state strategy for regional development for 2021-2027. Despite the relatively short period of COVID-19 pandemic spread, the significant amount of research has already been conducted to assess and overcome its effects. At the same time, it should be noted that there is a lot of studies on the impact of previous pandemic on socioeconomic development, in particular the influence on macroeconomic indicators of development. Scholars agreed that those challenges were not a serious threat to global macroeconomics. But at the present time, the views of scientists, politicians, physicians on durations, depth, consequence, and financial cost of elimination of pandemic implication are not unanimous. Analysis of studies showed that mostly used scenario modeling of situation and expert assessments that are directed on forecasting macroeconomic indicators. Given the natural multidimensionality of regions' socioeconomic development, the description widely used method of multidimensional statistical analysis of their structuring by the level of these characteristics and determination of disparities between regions, in particular cluster analysis, factor analysis, multidimensional scaling, and so on. In our opinion, one of the best way to take into account the multidimensionality of description of regional development processes is to use the technology of comprehensive index assessment. Paying tribute to conduct research, we note that there is practically no research for assessing changes in regions' development trends, including comprehensive index technology. Our study aims to develop an approach to design a socioeconomic development comprehensive index for analyzing the impact of COVID-19 on Ukraine's regions development and identifying structural changes by combining the technology of comprehensive index assessment, multidimensional statistical analysis, and projection of results on the desirability scale. Consider the description of the approach proposed. As we know, the socioeconomic development of regions is characterized by a large number of indicators. They usually reflect the quantitative results of activities of regional business entities and therefore have a metric origin measured on the one of quantitative scales. This significantly simplified that further analytical processing, because for indicators of this nature, it is quite correct to use mathematical operations. In order to concentrate the information contained in the initial indicators and reduce the appropriate space, various computing technologies are used. One of them is a comprehensive index assessment technology. We propose to use a block convolution. Under such conditions, the initial set of indicators is divided into subsets that don't intersect. One of the approaches that allows getting a solution to this problem is the method of extreme grouping of parameters. It is based on a hypothesis that the set of initial characteristics can be divided into groups, each of which reflects the effect of a certain factor, the latent characteristics of a group. Let us denote by G the set of initial indicators, G1, D2, and G with index S be subset into which the set of initial indicators is divided. Denote by H1, H2, and so on the corresponding latent characteristics or indicators for each group. The criterion that allows you to determine the best grouping of indicators has a form like Formula 3. To obtain a division of a regional set of indicators into subgroups, we use the method of principal components like Formula 4. As a latent characteristics Hg of a group G, J, we choose the corresponding principal components Fj. To avoid the formation of empty group or groups each of which will contain only one initial indicator, we choose not all the principal components for grouping, but only the first as most influential, which explains the given share of initial indicators variance. The value of variable S is defined as a smallest value of a number of principal components for which the inequality 5 is met. In the group of homogeneous indicators, it is expedient to include those initial indicators for which of corresponding values of factors loading for the principal component of absolute value will have the greatest value. To calculate partial comprehensive indices according to each subset, we use the formula of linear weighted convolution, like 6. The weights are calculated using the components of the eigenvectors that corresponds to the subsets selected of subset formula 7. To calculate the socioeconomic development comprehensive index, we also use the formula of linear weighted convolution. The weight in this case are determined in a proportion of the eigenvalues which were distribution of the initial indicators into groups like formula 8 and 9. To assess the structure of studied regions, the range of comprehensive index values should be divided into intervals, if of which will correspond to a certain level of a region's socio-economic development. To do this, we use the desirability scale based on a Harrington function like 10. The correspondence between the values of Zj and values of initial indicators Ij is determined by a formula like 11. Last step, we identify the value of dj and distribute objects under study into 5 groups in accordance with qualitative socioeconomic development level of a group that you can see at a table 1. Let us consider the practical testing of the proposed approaches to the calculation of socioeconomic development comprehensive index for Ukraine's regions, grouping regions based on their values, and the study of structural changes in the resulting grouping caused by COVID-19 pandemic. We choose the data of State Statistical Service of Ukraine and the Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine for the period of 2019 and 2020 as information base for the calculation. As initial data that characterized the socioeconomic development of Ukraine's regions, we choose the following indicators that are shown on the slide. After the calculation, in accordance with approach proposed, we obtain the following distribution of initial indicators between subsets Gj. Values of weight coefficients for comprehensive indices are shown in a table 2. And the final result of calculation is presented on slide 13. The analysis of result obtained shows that the first group with a relatively high level of socioeconomic development is quite large. Traditionally, this group includes Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Dnipropetrovsk regions, which in the pre-pandemic period had a very high level of socioeconomic development. These regions have a very high production potential. They account for a significant share of foreign investment in 2020, and therefore pandemic hasn't had such a destructive impact on the socioeconomic development for these regions. Zaporizhia and Poltava regions also have a significant potentials and were distributed to this group. The lowest level of socioeconomic development is in Lugansk region, and in 2020, the situation has not changed. It should be noted that for many regions, there have been no changes in the level of socioeconomic development, despite there has been a decrease of the value of corresponding comprehensive index. For those regions where changes are taking place, they are usually associated with a decline in the socio-economic development. The most significant decrease of the level took place in the Carpathia, Ternopil, Ivano-Frankivsk, and Chernivtsi regions. These are the regions that the first to suffer from the pandemic and were in a red zone for a long time, which negatively affects the indicators of socioeconomic development and led to significant reduction of corresponding comprehensive index values. For the Kirovograd regions, there is an increase in the level of socioeconomic development. For a long time, this region was most well-being and was in a green zone, which led to such a result. Conclusion under study are presented on the slide. The results of the research demonstrate the fundamental possibility of applying the proposed approach to the study of region socioeconomic development by constructing a comprehensive index. The main outcome is that according to the research results, it can be conclude that COVID-19 pandemic has a destructive impact on the socioeconomic development on a vast majority of Ukraine's regions, which was reflected both in the changes in the values of comprehensive index and region structure. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, dear Professor Pavlov, for your report and for your presentation, for your information concerning and regarding Ukraine and the different levels of development of different regions. Dear colleagues, maybe some questions to our speaker. Okay, if no questions, let me say a few words about this report. Really, authors made a great research concerning differentiation different regions of Ukraine according to socioeconomic development, and they also studied the impact of COVID-19 on the social development of different regions. First, the speaker made a general overview of global consequences of COVID-19 on Ukraine and countries as well, globally as well. And then the speaker presented the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on regional development and changes in regional structure. They also developed an approach based on the use of block convolution to construct an economic development comprehension. They made and displayed different formulas and different mathematical approach and modeling of their investigation. But I would like to say that the authors made a practical approbation of their research of the regions of Ukraine according to 2019 and 2020. To establish the structure of the regions and determine the level of economic development, the division of the comprehensive index structure into intervals using the Harrington scale was proposed by them. At the same time, what was very important, no significant changes in regional structure were detected, which indicates the equally negative impact of the pandemic for all Ukrainian regions. Seems to me this tendency is the same globally, and some countries suffered most at the first phase of this pandemic, and some countries suffered later. So thank you very much for your information. Thank you for your report, and thank you, moderator, for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Professor Nina. Thank you, Dr. Paulo, for such an interesting talk. And now we proceed to our next invited talk. The next resource person is Dr. Xavier Cheladurani, who is the Director of Human Resource Development, Central Christ University, India. The session will be chaired by Professor M. Lelis Thivagar. Professor Thivagar is Vice President of FAI and is a head of School of Mathematics, Madurai Kamraj University, Madurai. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi. Good evening, everybody. On behalf of FAI, I'm happy to welcome in this session. Now you are going to enjoy the yet another interesting talk given by Dr. Xavier Chelathurai. He is the Director of Human Resource Development Center at the great university, Christ University, Bangalore. He is a professor of computer science and engineering of the university. He has 19 years of IT industry experience in Capgemini, Tech Mahindra, and HCL Technologies Limited, and 18 years of education and research. His research interest includes artificial intelligence technologies and parallel computer algorithms. He is the author of more than 20 computer science technical books, more than 25 research papers, and more than 30 educational videos published in YouTube. He has guided 7 PhD scholars successfully complete degree. He is a Java practitioner for 25 years, and his Java book published by McGraw-Hill India Education, which celebrated its jubilee recently. He was a vice president and global head of the artificial intelligence in Capgemini before joining the Christ University. In his role, he provided consultancy in design and development of artificial intelligence-based systems and that transformed the business of the customer. He was member of IT task force for 3 years in 1998 to 2001, which is an IT technical advisory body for government of Tamil Nadu. He is a senior member of IEEE and senior life member of Computer Society of India since 1994. Such a great personality in our midst. Now I invite Dr. C. Xavier. Over to Dr. Xavier.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lily Sithivagar. Special thanks to you and Dr. Pankaj for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas here. A special thanks to both of you. And let me share my PPT here. Can somebody confirm whether I am audible and my PPTs are visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. So thank you very much. In fact, we are in a world which is undergoing enormous amount of transformations in various senses. In fact, a transformation not in one sense, but in various senses. In fact, because of a COVID pandemic, we are undergoing a lot of transformations. So that is a different thing. We had a very informative lecture before me about how the economy is changed and how the lifestyle is changed, and people call it forced transformation. They are all. However, for the past 5 to 10 years, we see an enormous transformation happening because of artificial intelligence. Every country has constituted an advisory body on how the government can support artificial intelligence based developments. So artificial intelligence based developments, every company, industry, every company, let it be retail, let it be pharma, let it be hospitality, let it be anything. Everywhere, the systems are completely redesigned into artificial intelligence based systems. When you go for artificial intelligence based systems, when you go for cognitive approaches for all the other works, we come across a lot of challenges. For example, when I was doing my PhD, I was told to pick up only polynomial time algorithms. So pick up a problem and try to develop a polynomial time algorithm. Only then it will be useful. All the 5 years, we worked only on developing polynomial time algorithms. In algorithms, you are giving you completely deterministic steps to solve a problem. But on those days itself, people were coming out with a set of problems for which there is no polynomial time solutions. NP hard problems. For NP hard problems, supposing there is a problem, for that problem, a solution cannot be found in polynomial time. But look at the human beings. So, for example, you consider the traveling salesman problem. Are you saying that we are not solving the problem in real life? No, it is not so. In real life, even the problem is NP hard, man has the ability to solve the problem and take care of his life. So how is he taking care of? So if you cannot be deterministic in nature, if you cannot write a clear program and a polynomial time algorithm, however, human beings are living with a solution. So we have a way of solving. So that is why today we are coming out with various type of algorithms, not necessarily polynomial time algorithms, but some cognitive approaches to come out with solving NP hard problems. So that is what one of the methods is genetic algorithms. So I will try to explain in 15 minutes about the genetic algorithms. When you cannot find out a polynomial time algorithm, normally some people used to develop some algorithms for some special type of graphs. So for the whole graph, it is non-polynomial, but NP, but you can pick up a small group and solve it. There were another set of algorithms called approximation algorithms. The solution may not be correct. It may not be correct always, but it may be approximately correct, because that is how we are living on day in, day out. We are using our cognitive brain and coming out with the solutions, and we are living. Heuristic algorithms, randomized algorithms, or probabilistic algorithms. These are all various approaches, and people are working on genetic algorithms, which are very interesting and very useful as well. Normally, let us try to see what exactly is genetic algorithm and how it is different from other type of algorithms. See, normally, if a problem is given, there is a problem for which you are trying to develop a solution. You are trying to construct a solution. So in the solution, there are two dimensions. One is the correctness. The other is the optimal nature, the reduced. For example, in the traveling salesman problem, you need to find a solution. The solution must be first correct. You will have to visit all the cities. That is important. However, the optimal side is also there. So there are two dimensions. One is the correctness, the other is the optimal things. In genetic algorithms, what we try to do, actually, before going into the details, I will tell you about a rumor that was floating around the world for quite some time. You know about Bernard Shaw. He is a great author, playwright, and he is a great brainy. We know about Marilyn. She was the most beautiful lady on those days, a very successful model and a singer. So the rumor says, because Bernard Shaw, I am reiterating again and again, it is a rumor because Bernard Shaw and both and also Marilyn came to the press and said that it did not happen. That is why I am telling you. The rumor says that one day Marilyn Monroe went and proposed to George, saying that, Mr. Shaw, you are one of the greatest brainy, and I am one of the most beautiful girl, And if we marry and give birth to a child, the child will have your brain and my beauty. That is what we want. Do you know what Bernard Shaw replied? Merlin, if it happens the other way, what will you do? If the child is born with my beauty and your brain, what will happen? So, that is exactly the fundamentals of genetic algorithm. In genetic algorithm, number one, we try to present the solution in the form of an element of r to the power of n. We know about r to the power of n. R is the real space, and r to the power of n is x0, x1, x2, x3, xn minus 1, n triple, where each x is a real number. First of all, if you want to solve a problem and give out a genetic algorithm, you must try to design a method, a model. You will have to model the problem in such a way that any solution or any candidate for the solution, we call it a technically state. Any state of the solution will be represented in the form of an n triple, a member of r to the power of n. If you can present it, then you will have to check for correctness, you will have to check for optimals. So there can be several solutions. For example, there is one solution called father, there is another solution called mother. Now you can do the crossover and mutation and come out with better solutions. Look at it. In the left side, there is a beauty component with 90, and that 90 has 5% brainy, whereas the brainy has 90% brain and 5% beauty. Now, if you want to cross over and come out with a better solution, the child can be either that way or this way. It is possible. So in genetic algorithm, exactly this is what we do. We identify the solution space, we pick up two possible solutions, maybe father and mother, and then we do mutations. There are various types of mutations possible. We do the mutations, we do the crossover and come out with better solutions. We improve it. So iteratively, we try to improve the solution and try to find out the optimal solution. So the overall view is this. So there is a state space. There is a state space having all solutions, and there is a solution state. There is an optimal solution state, which is called the goal state. So you begin with whatever is possible. So the initial solution state may have a few solutions. Identify a mother, identify a father. In that, you will have to define two important functions. One is the fitness function. Fitness function will tell you, once you give the n triple, x0, x1, xn, it is one of the members of the solution state. Fitness function will find out how fit it is for a solution. For example, in the traveling salesman problem, if you have to visit all the n cities, fitness function may tell you how many cities you are visiting in this solution. If it is very close to n, that is what we want. Similarly, the other is about the actual objective function. What is the cost of the solution? Because we want to minimize the cost of the solution, we will be applying the objective function. So we have two important functions, fitness function and objective function, and the fitness function will tell you exactly when you reach the goal state. With this approach, we will be solving the problem. Actually, I want to quickly explain how we have solved it for the graph vertex coloring problem. For people who have already done some research in vertex coloring, finding the chromatic number of the graph is a NP-complete problem. You cannot do it in polynomial time. So what we can do is, for every vertex, you have to give a color. So I am giving the color as a number. For example, vertex 0 has color 0. Vertex 1 has a color 0. Vertex 2 has color 0. So that I represent the solution in the form of 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. I told you that you must model the problem in such a way that the solution is a member of R to the power of n. Here, look at it. I represented it in the form of R to the power of n, member of R to the power of n. Now, my fitness function will tell me how many vertices are perfectly colored. So, a vertex is said to be perfectly colored if all the neighbors have a different color. No two neighbors must have the same color. So we find out. That is the fitness function. Objective function is number of colors used, because you must do, you are looking for a perfect coloring in such a way that the number of colors is minimized. So the objective function is the number of colors. For example, you go to another solution. Here it is 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. Here fitness function has a better value. Out of 8 variable, 8 vertices, 6 are perfectly colored. Number of colors is less than 4. This is 3, 0, 1, 2. That's all. So this is how we are improving the cost of the solution. We are also improving the fitness of the solution and finally arrive at the solution. So this is one of the approaches used in artificial intelligence. Genetic algorithm is one of the intelligent searching techniques that can be applied for almost all NP hard problems, provided you are able to model the problem in such a way that every state can be represented in the form of a member of R to the power of n. And here is another solution, and we are defining the mutations and other things. I don't want to go into the details. And my final algorithm is this. Finally, we define something called PCCG, perfect coloring coefficient of the graph, perfect coloring coefficient of the vertex, and finally arrive at the solution and say if a particular condition is satisfied, k plus n, 1 is said to be the chromatic number. So in these 20 minutes given, I have tried to explain fundamentally what is genetic algorithm and exactly what we are doing. We have picked up a lot of problems and we are working on developing genetic algorithms and proving that we are able to achieve in reasonable time. Thank you very much. I will stop here and look for any questions.
Any clarification?
Yes, sir. I have a question. Shall I ask?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am Amuda from American College. Sir, I have a clarification in what is the difference between NP complete and NP hard? Sir?
Oh, both are same.
Both are same.
Actually, see, in doing research, what they do is you are trying to solve a problem and find out a NP solution, NP complete problem. So if you are not able to find out a NP complete solution, if you are not able to find out a polynomial solution,
Yes,
then that doesn't mean that nobody can find out a polynomial solution. Whereas some people do the research and mathematically prove that because of the inherent nature of the problem, nobody can find out a polynomial time solution for this problem. Such problems are called NP complete. So technically, NP complete means somebody has already proved that nobody can find out a polynomial time algorithm for the problem. They are called NP complete problem. NP hard is a loose term, which is equivalent, which need not be the same as NP complete. Do you understand the difference?
Will it be the subset of the NP complete or?
Not exactly technically. NP hard is a loose terminology, And NP complete is a definite technology, terminology. People have proved that it cannot be solved by polynomial time algorithm. Whereas the NP hard is a loose terminology we use in the industry.
Actually, the finding the maximal clicks and all later, I surveyed that it is NP complete.
Yes,
So
because the people have proved that. Because the people have proved it.
That it is. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Xavier, for your wonderful talk. I hope everyone enjoyed his talk. He explained very well about the different types of algorithm, especially genetic algorithm. Using genetic algorithm, how to solve NP hard problem. Definitely, it will be very useful for young researchers, those who are doing in this area. Thank you very much, Professor Xavier.
Thank you very much to you and Dr. Pankaj for giving me this opportunity. Great.
Thanks, Dr. Xavier. Definitely, you will be with us in the forthcoming conferences as well.
Yeah, very much.
We are now very much focused on data analytics and data science theme. So in every such type of conferences, you will be part of FAI program.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We will do that.
So, sir, one thing that I would like to ask here, because genetic algorithm, because it is now come to an end of your talk, and the chairperson has already summarized, but it is my query that, okay, genetic algorithm is very much popular, and whatever you have explained here based on the graphical explanation, some of the parts, whether the genetic algorithm has been modified in the new domain of the soft computing style.
Yes, sir. Exactly. In fuzzy logic, they use a fuzzy logic to build the fitness functions, the objective functions, and that is how it works, sir. A lot of people are doing research in that way. Yeah,
okay,
you are right.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Xavier, for such an interesting talk.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And so now by this, we move to our next invited speaker, Dr. Mahesh. Dr. Mahesh is working with healthcare research and analytics at Karnataka. The session will be chaired by Dr. KKS Mayor. Dr. KKS is Director of Institute of Technology at Gopeshwar. Sir, I invite you to introduce our resource person.
Yeah, good evening to all. Good evening, Dr. Mahesh Lingaya. It is my privilege. Hello, hi, how are you? So it is my privilege to introduce Mr. Mahesh. Mr. Mahesh is Healthcare Research and Analytics Practice Lead at Borderless Access, Bangalore. He is having over 18 years of multifaceted experience in pharmaceutical healthcare industry for global markets like US, European Union, Japan, Africa, and South Asia. Mr. Mahesh has worked and stayed in various cities across USA, Africa, and UAE for client account management on-site roles. Mr. Mahesh is specialized in strategic consulting, business research, and data analytics. Expertise in conceptualization, leading and managing various consulting dedicated projects for pharmaceutical, biotech, market research, publishing, healthcare, insurance, and pharma retail companies. He has trained in cross-cultural aspects for various nationalities like US, European, Swiss, and Japanese. Mr. Mahesh has handled both client-side and vendor-side operations. For example, client-side operations, his client-side experience, he has demonstrated project management and business decision support skills at Novarities US for new products research team. He has managed our RFP and vendor selection process. For vendor side experience, he has held multiple roles at MU Sigma, Stracon, Taylor Nelson's, Sofres. TNS is now part of Gartner Group, and Pharma ARC. Pharma ARC is now part of IMS Health in the area of account management and pre-sales. His specialties are analytical maturity assessment, licensing evaluation, sales force effectiveness, market assessment, cost benefit analysis, forecasting, market mix modeling, ATU studies, physician segmentation, corporate image assessment, message testing, TPP testing, branding research, epidemiology analysis, situation analysis, therapy area reports, market entry analysis, competitive intelligence, KOL influence mapping, emerging markets, sales, prescription audits, promotional audits, and payer analytics. It is we are fortunate that at the time of this pandemic, we are having our keynote speaker like Mr. Mahesh, and I am hopeful, not only hopeful, but I am sure that we will be benefited, our fraternity will be benefited by his vast experience. Thank you. Now I over to Mr. Mahesh for his keynote, his speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Krishnan sir. Thank you so much. Thanks, Pankaj sir, for bringing me into this forum. I'm just projecting my screen. It's not a PowerPoint presentation, but just let me know if the screen is loaded.
Yeah, it is there.
Wonderful.
The screen is there.
Yeah. So I've kept it very simple so that it helps all other audience, whoever is participating. It's about trends in analytics, and we are looking at the trends which are all across, the trends in all types of industries along with healthcare. Also the trends within healthcare in cross sectors like payer, provider, manufacturing. So while getting into this topic, the first thought which comes to the mind is like, who does analytics? So, and there are a lot of new words which is running around in the market, which is like data science. What type of people work and deliver data science? So there are other three words which come into mind, which is uh, things like data analyst, data engineering, and also data scientist. So try to solve those puzzle here quite a bit. So it's all about having numbers, data, structured, unstructured data, trying to analyze and help people who are into selling a product, be it a drug, be it a device, or be it even a service, trying to make sure that they get their right return on investment. And there's a process for doing data science. Just a quick look on the process. It's done at very high level. I'm not going into minute of details. It's all about gathering the data, exploring what are the types of variables are available on the data, modeling them to some extent and calling it as a analytical data set. And then from there, again, looking at the key variables, which can be visualized into a charts or business insights. And that's the cycle which goes on for the business. This is at very high level. And then from the process, I've just tried to see like what data science models would really help. So there's three sections which normally the data science helps for. One is about complete understanding of who is doing what, who's interacting with who, on what are the types of interactions. Is this transactional or is it point of sale? And how does this data come out? So then there's a business angle to it, which is about designing the whole model or algorithms or even those small data sets which give out results. Like if we're talking about in healthcare, patient segments or patient demographics, people between age group 20 to 30, 30 to 40, how do they react when an illness comes? So those kind of business one. And on that to see if there are trends which are increasing, declining, or is the trend on par with another country. That's about the statistics there. So all those goes around the work which happens around data science modeling. So just a quick look, I'm not going very deep into the subject. And who really does this? So what are the people's roles how do they get this work done? So Just three types of people, not to complicate it. So it's just, it starts with a guy who's a data analyst who looks at the data, try and understand what are the business requirements, what decisions are needed to make the right investment strategies for the product. Then comes the data engineer, where there's a lot of data around. The data might be structured, unstructured. It might be coming up from any kind of market, developed market, developing market. So all that kinds of data which has been streamlined and set into a place where it can be analyzed. Then comes the data scientist who works around variables, who works around the business data points or parameters to make sense out of those numbers or text. So that's a very high level on this. And moving from there, trying to understand like how do these guys do it? What type of skill sets are needed for them to deliver that? So just touching on what does a roadmap for these three people look like? It all starts from data analyst, where people who are graduates learn around statistics, handle data, work on simple ones like Excel, and then moving forward to technology ones. I have a whole map, I'll come to that, on how the tech stack up looks like. And from there, they're trying to explore a bit more where they're talking about key performance indicators, AI, ML algorithms, data pipe, data warehousing kind of work. And then comes the business intelligence or business insights kind of work, which is the data scientist who primarily drives it with a lot of statistical work with data driven problem solving, a lot of data conditioning and modeling. So this is how it works for anyone who's traveling or making a journey in the data analytics space. The type of skill sets, what is required for each three of the tracks. Data analyst, primarily data warehousing, reporting, SQL kind of skills. A lot of work around spreadsheets. Data engineer, heavily around data warehousing and ETL work. Data architecture designing or solution designing for a data warehouse. A data scientist or someone like who's in the front end trying to give those visuals or charts which make sense. So that's the kind of quick look on the skill sets they bring in. The types of roles and responsibilities they deal with is like this. A lot of data analysts are more into data interpretation, then handling the data, maintaining the data, cleaning up constantly, and cleansing the data. That's the work mostly. Data engineers work is mostly around statistic designing, predictive, prescriptive methods, working around data architectures. Just to put it in a layman's term, I call it like a data might be in a circle format or a square or a rectangle or a triangle. It can be anything. They're not same. So that's the work what the data engineer does to streamline it, where it looks in a analyze or in a format which can be analyzed. Data scientist folks mostly around mining, a lot of strategic planning and analytics, a lot of data integration, because they'll be integrating multiple variables from various data sources to come out with necessary outputs. Very high level thing. So I'm just moving forward from there. These are the high level roles and responsibilities of the three people who work in this region. Yeah. And from here, I try to capture how the trends look like.
பாரு நேத்தே பாத்துப்பாங்களாடா தமிழ் முடிச்சியாடா அடுத்த ஹோம்வொர்க் என்னன்னு பாரு
Dr. Ramutha, please mute yourself. Sorry, Dr. Mahesh, you may continue.
Hey, no problem. So that's fine. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
I've got used to that working from home. So don't worry about it. Okay. So here's an interesting part. It's about trends in 2021.
Yes.
I've just tried to highlight a few of them. I know the list is long, so I've just restricted to very top niche 10 trends. The one coming on the top is AI, where everyone wants to design a solution around AI. And I saw even Mr. Zeber trying to stress on it, which is need of an hour, which is happening in all industries. Pretty much companies are also getting adapted to that. Primarily the guys who have listed here, Google, Rarecara, a few of them who's doing that, and they've got a good market revenue size of doing AI business solutions. Next one's coming to a lot of automation. So they're trying to automate a lot of stuff in data analytics, which minimizes the manual efforts, and it's running through a code or a data algorithm, which is just a programming or a scripting language to make things faster. There are a lot of cloud services, DARQ services, augmented reality is another one which is on the list. Cybersecurity, LOT, 5G, blockchain at the last, but that's really interesting in the world what I do. A lot of players are getting involved on the blockchain activity for the database management and data structures. So I just put a snapshot, very high level, for people who are interested. Feel free to you can pass on a note to Mr. Pankaj sir, and I'll happy to talk on any of this. Just a quick look on how does the top 10 trends look like. And for this, a lot of students or even working people, they trying to get themselves certified on many of the key certifications, which helps them get a chance to elevate their resumes or careers in the data analytics and technology part. So ITIL, basically it's about understanding ITIL concepts, principles around it. Networking is another one. Agile Scrum is getting a lot of popularity these days. It's about events, handling events, handling multiple projects. Agile Scrum was something which is like a majorly used in healthcare, because when a drug goes for clinical trial, there's a lot of project management which happens, and they tend to use these kind of new technologies. Big data, cloud computing, digital marketing is another one which is picking up these days. In digital marketing in healthcare, it's really gone up, the investments comparative to the old marketing ones, because meeting a physician is becoming very difficult. It's all virtual now. So a lot of pharma companies are moving towards heavily digital marketing on the brand and medical devices side. The last one being AI/ML. Here's how the healthcare really looks like. I've just taken a simple example of USA. The ecosystem is mixed with many stakeholders who has interactions all over. It all starts from the top side, where it's biotech, medical device, pharmaceutical folks who get the drugs, they design it, and they move it to the warehouses, which is ready for sale. And once it starts, then you've got the field force people who try and promote the product to the hospitals, agencies, and then it finally reaches to the physician for prescription. In all of those ecosystem, there is a lot of interaction which happens both ways, from manufacturer to the patient. Also there is data. A lot of products which are on chronic, like something like a diabetes product or a obesity product or a lifestyle product, those products are, they have something called a mail order, where people can put an order on the web and they acquire the product. So all this data gets back into the system. So we can see this happening just not in US, we are also doing it in India. So we have PharmEasy and a couple of other ones who are trying to build in the same structure. But just a high level on how the ecosystem is so integrated and networked with each and other ecosystem stakeholders, that every touch point is data, and this data is very critical, and people do analyze this. And the interesting part is, even before analyzing, they have to be compliant with a lot of data security aspects like HIPAA or even ISO, so that uh, we don't breach into any patient information or anonymized kind of data. So a lot of things happening in the world of healthcare. So thought I'll just highlight it this at a high level to make it look very simple. While doing this, there's another interesting thing which I would like to showcase, like how does the whole world of analytics or a map looks like on a tech spectrum. And this is how it looks like. It, it's it has everything. So it has all kinds of platforms, how the data is collected, how it's transformed, how it's managed, even the types of applications which is used for analyzing it and type of applications which is used for even visualizing the data. This is a kind of illustrative one which happens in the world of healthcare when it's coming to heavy data analytics, data warehousing kind of work. And I've taken the map from left-hand side to right-hand side, which moves from traditional to new age. And during the pandemic, even more new ones have come. So I was not able to get that, but it's interesting to see a lot of new ones coming in into the game. Yeah. So going back, there's one last thing which I would like to talk apart from the trends. So knowing that these complications are there in healthcare and how do we do it? So what are the new things really coming? So we've taken up top 10, 15 technology companies. There's an interesting list to see that most of the Indian companies are also really gearing up for the new technology, new data analytics part. It's just not healthcare. So this is a common list. It's going across all industries. I do have some friends who are on rank 13, which is the math company. We used to work together some time back. So it's a very good list. So there are multiple information like this. Anyone's interested, happy to share that. It also talks about the investment, what they get. It also talks about what are the unique solutions which they have designed, which brings them to this top list. And as part of my company's concern, how do we do it? Is we placed in a place, our services placed in a unique manner. So we do research and analytics. So we do a real-time solutioning for a real-time business problem. We got 4 pillars, out of which I'm part of the second pillar. So I run the show for whole healthcare. So we also have necessary certifications for being compliant with when we're handling sensitive data. And how I exactly do it in healthcare is a quick snapshot on that. So we do multiple indications, any illness or any disease. There's a team who understands that. We service across 80 markets. The whole of our service is split in 2 ways. Which is the research part, in-depth research on every component or every variable which is needed by the client. The right-hand side leans towards more of descriptive, predictive, prescriptive kind of analytics. The bottom one is just a snapshot of what all we do. So at high level, we are an organization who cater to international clients. We are also doing domestic. So this is the kind of work we do, and this comes to the back end of my presentation. Happy to take any questions. Also, if someone's interested to know a bit more about the topic, please do let me know. Happy to share details. And really, thanks for giving me this opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Mahesh, for such an excellent, informative talk. If anybody is having any questions to Mahesh, they can ask. They are most welcome. Any queries? Although his speech was such an informative, everything was clear. So you are enlightened with data analytics. Actually, in simple words, he has explained what is data analytics. And so anyone, any gentleman?
Great.
Any queries? So I will, no queries, so I will sum up.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, Mahesh, for such an excellent, informative. So you have, in simple words, you have explained data analytics. So we are from different fields. So this field is new for us. So a lot of very good information we have collected from your side. And actually, you are very important. You will be fortunate if sometime, because this conference is organized in online, but we will be fortunate if sometimes you will visit to this part of, actually I am talking from Uttarakhand. You might have heard about these Badrinath Dham, Kedarnath Dham. So if sometimes you plan to visit these places, you are most welcome. And then these things will be, I think, very informative to our students also. So I will also request Pankaj sir, because all these PPTs, if we can get, so that we can or explain to our students whatever information he has given in this talk, all the other our learned speakers are giving. So Mr. Mahesh, he has explained data science related role in decision making in his uh, first. Then he explained the process of data science, then data science modules, then three major resource persons for data analytics like data analyst, data engineer, data scientist. What is the role of all these three resource persons in data analytics? Then he has explained beautifully the roadmap of data analytics and role of all these three resource persons in data analytics. Then in simple words, that was very informative, and also this is, I would all like to tell my students also, our students also, the top trends what he has told for 2021, that will be very much important for our emerging data analytics. So we are thankful for that. Then he has explained top 10 certification for 2021. That is also very much important for our emerging data analysts. Then he has explained healthcare ecosystem, then healthcare, modern data engineering and tech specification. Then he explained beautifully what is his company Borderless Access is doing in the field of healthcare and other fields. So we are very much enlightened by your talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mahesh. And we cordially invite you whenever you are having some spare time. You are most welcome to visit our place. Enlighten our students also, to our faculties also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now,
Thank you.
over to Dr. Meenakshi for next keynote speech. Thank you, Meenakshi.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mahesh, sir. I must say you have explained very beautifully the difference between the data analyst, data engineer, and data scientist. We do teach in our university, but the point that was very easy. And I hope the students will also like it when the videos will be uploaded on the YouTube channel of FAI. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good
So
day to you.
now we move to our next resource person, Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharjee. The session will be chaired by Dr. Chen Goon Liat Alex. Dr. Alex is from Malaysia. He is working as Associate Professor in Department of Marketing Management, Sunway University, Business School, Jalan, University, Bandar, Sunway. Dr. Chen Goon Liat, I invite you to kindly introduce our resource person, Dr. Jayanta.
Okay, thanks very much, Dr. Meenakshi. Namaste, welcome everyone. Now, I would like to start to introduce, to provide you a profile for Mr. Jayanta Bhattacharjee. I hope I pronounce it right, okay? The only person that I can pronounce it perfectly is Amitabh Bachchan. Sorry about that. Now, Jayanta has over 22 years of experience in market research, data analysis. He manages a wide range of projects and practices in the area of market research delivery operations, as well as data capturing, analysis, processing, and also ML analytics. Jayanta was instrumental in setting up the data analysis teams for TNS Global Data Center for Asia Pacific region in Hyderabad. He later joined Metrics Lab as a senior data operation manager, supporting their global delivery hub for Hyderabad, India, and he played a significant role in development of teams and business in North America, US, and Europe regions. On top of everything, Jayanta is also very active in conducting research and presenting his finding. Okay, now Jayanta holds a bachelor degree from Calcutta University. Now, I would like to invite Janta to start his presentation now. Janta? Janta, you need to unmute your mic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Arun. Thanks, everyone. Good evening. Myself, Jayanta, and I just shared my presentation. I'm going to present today. Just a second. Can everyone see my screen?
That's okay, Janta. You can go ahead now, Janta.
Basically, I'm just going to talk with. We discussed a lot of discussions happen regarding that data analytics, a lot of things. But what is data analytics? What is data? That is the most important part all over whatever we do. So data is the most important ingredients for anything. I mean, whatever we do. So how we collect the data, I'm going to talk about that. How it was in previous and in present days, and in future how it will be. In past, if you see this, there is no computer, and a lot of data entry is done through the card punch. I'm not sure many of you know about this, the card punch machines and all those things. I have a little bit experience on that when I was started my career with CMARC India. CMARC India, they are doing all those card punch, and then all those data according to that MAC tape, and then we process the data into regional computer center in Jadavpur University. So those days is really tricky, you know. Arrange all those cards. If any single card is missing, that portion data was missing, like that, we have to find out. There's a lot of tricky work. I mean, for one project we have to work on months and months, you know. So that was the previous time where it's very tricky, but nowadays data collection method is very easy. You know, we can go to face, we can collect the data through mobile, through computer, through a laptop, tablet, you know. So all those things happen. But the thing is that the data, earlier the data was very rubbish data, you know, because there's a lot of data errors was there. But nowadays, the new technology is getting all those data is cleaned. What we are doing, basically through the, we collect all those data through the different methods, you know, different softwares that's available in the market nowadays. No? So there's a lot of time consuming things is come down to less time, you know, and this kind of things is happening now. The data is the most important part in each and every analytics or whatever we do nowadays. So there is a lot of new mobile survey and all those new technologies coming into this market. And there is a lot of, my friend Mahesh is also told, there is a lot of technology that's implemented all to collect all those social media data and all these things. So all those technologies are going to implement more finest way in near future, basically, you know. there is a lot of new technology is implementing going forward. So we will get more and more data collection like that, that through mobile survey, if you see that all those geolocations and everything, so all those offline mobile cafe platform, validation logic, multiple UI, online updation, everything is done. Even though nowadays the new software is coming is that you will get real-time reporting, including everything. You just design the survey and deploy the survey through panel. This household, there's a panel nowadays is very important because due to this online survey, online panel. And this through that online panel, you get the data and directly that software will give you the real-time report, whatever you required on your desktop, So this kind of technology is coming into the market. Also, there is another thing is coming is that the coming in that market is that the image and video widgets. Nowadays that's a new technology is coming into that image recognition software that through that image you can get all those data. I mean, basically this kind of research is data collection is happening for various shoppers study and hoarding studies and all kind of things. Even the barcode scanning as well, you will get all those information from there. Device technology is coming. There's a lot of things, AWS, Java, PNSQL, all this technologies implementing into that. Also, there is an artificial intelligence for image analysis. We also do that. We go to the shop and all the product is showing it that the sale. We no need to ask how many products and all those things earlier that we ask and record into that data. Now we just take that picture will take care of everything like this, and we can easily know that how many brand of cigarettes or products into that sale. Okay, and then also the same thing. See, all artificial intelligence analysis and everything is coming into the thing. Another thing is that the artificial face recognition data, that is also the most important part that work is going on. And nowadays, few of the companies already started doing all those things like eye tracking is one of the technology that is using for the same set research. There is a thing, and going forward, I mean, in future, there is some more and more technologies coming like Crunch.io and all such kind of software. That software is, I mean, giving you the full real-time reports. I mean, that once you deploy the survey for any projects, the data is capturing as automatically you can find how many respondents take the survey and what is their status, how to do. Even though it is a fully report and presentation within that software, so you no need to do much thing. You just drag drop kind of thing, and you will get all this information from there. So that kind of technology is coming, and going forward, there is a lot of technology development is going on basically in the data collection industry. So like face-to-face, we know that face-to-face means interaction one each other, but now it is an online face-to-face kind of thing also introduced already. That testing is going on. I'm working with Ipsos now for this kind of technology, and they are doing face-to-face online survey. So, and as well as now this is a voice interactive as well. Voice interactive in sense, we just send you that one or two pages questionnaire and answer. You read that question and you say yes, no, whatever the information. That's it. You just say that voice is recognized, that the converted to the data and it is stored into the backend server. So this kind of technology is also working. Going on. Was going development and going on. I mean, I just tested for one company in Hyderabad. So they are working on that. So it's very soon it will be coming to the market as well. That's it. Data is most important. It will come more and more new technology within the next few years. And nowadays, this is also support to that entire analytics team and analytics, lot of analytical work as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation, Jayanta. It's very insightful presentation, and I'm sure everyone here benefit a lot, okay, from your experience, and especially from your presentation regarding data analytics and how it strengthens business, our daily life, by encouraging disciplined thinking, keeping key decision makers focused, improving processes, and optimizing communications between business leader and, more importantly, the data experts, in order to drive the right conversations for the success of the business. Now, I would like to open to the floor to ask any question related to Jayanta's presentation just now. Do you have any question that you would like Jayanta to maybe describe further?
Yeah, anyone?
No.
Because Jayanta is a very senior person in the field of data. Jayanta and Mahesh both. They are very senior person in the field of data science. I think 1995 data science was not such a peak one. Nowadays, how it is?
Yeah, because in 1995, when I started my career in 89, and I used to do for medical prescription research for Singapore. On that time, I remember that I carry all those cards. I show that punch card, all punch card and school, that Backtip school, and go to the Jadavpur University. There's a regional computer center. We have only slot for 2 hours at midnight from 1 to 3. And within that 2 hours, we have to finish every processing. Not only that processing, we need to end the processing and then print the report and come back to the office early morning. And then we work full day on that data manually.
Yeah.
All those analysis, regression analysis, we do through calculator. So that days is very difficult, all those things. And I remember that now we know all those things. We see, if we see the data, we can tell that this data is not very good, this data is not correct, or this regression analysis is not correct because of that our experience. Because we do all those things manually, and we learn from the dip. Now everything is available in the software. You just put the data, click, regression analysis is done. That is the case. So nowadays, a lot of people is not very. Young generation, this generation, all those data scientists and all those things, they are only within that their knowledge boundary, not outside that. They don't know that if outside something is happened, how we solve that issue. That is the thing. And another thing is the data integration. If you give that 5 sets of different data, structured data, unstructured data, social media data, they don't know what to do. I mean, they are all puzzled what to do, all those things. But we know that how to merge all those data into one position, one single point, and do that over analytics.
Yes.
Thank,
Yeah, but Professor Chen, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Janta. Maybe Janta, okay, before we conclude, okay, would you like to share with all of us here, what would you personally foresee the biggest challenges, okay, for data, maybe data analytics in the near future?
See, data analytics near future is the most challenge is that the data. Earlier, we faced that the biggest challenge is because all those analytics, whatever you do, you need the data first. You need the data first. So if your data is not correct or your data is a lot of junk, so your result will not good. So going forward, that's why the thing is that happen that all this new software, new technology, what is implementing for data collection is very robust. Actually, there all those cleaning process and everything is within that the software, so that you will get correct data at real time from all structured and unstructured data.
Okay, thanks very much, okay, for your presentations. Okay, Shukriya. Now I would like to hand it back to Dr. Minashi to continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, both, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your interesting presentation, Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya, sir. And now I would like to invite Dr. Pichayda. She is our next invited talk speaker. Her session will be chaired by Dr. Sairung Din Koksang. Dr. Sairung is from Thailand. She is working with Faculty of Management Science, Ubon Ratchathani Business School. Dr. Sairung, I invite you to chair the session and introduce our speaker also. Thank you.
Good evening, distinguished scholar, and thank you so much, Dr. Manikas. I'm so delightful today to invite one of my good friends from Ubon Ratchathani University, Assistant Professor Dr. Pichayada Poonpa, and I'm sure she is now with us. Doctor, let me introduce her for a short minute. Dr. Pichayada is an assistant professor, and she has been serving Ubon Ratchathani University as a lecturer for almost 15 years, since 2007. And in 2012, she was an associate dean for academics affairs at Ubon Ratchathani Business School. She received her PhD from Chulalongkorn University in Educational Research Methodology field. She received a certificate of achievement for studying at University in California in 2011. And she has also got her Master of Science degree from Chulalongkorn University in 2007 in Thailand in Educational Research Methodology field. While her first degree is a bachelor degree in education in teaching mathematics with her second class honor from Khon Kaen University, Thailand. She was also a visiting scholar at University in British Council Research Link in 2014. And between 2007 until present, or around 12 years, she worked for Ubon Ratchathani University. She has been lecturing business statistics, business research, and business mathematics. During this period, Dr. Poonpa examined her effect on organizational administration of business school on student satisfaction in a Thai university. the internal organization factors, organization culture affecting employees' happiness at the workplace, the impacts of initial service quality, organizational climate, customer satisfaction, a development of value-added model for measuring organization effectiveness, how to decrease dropout rate in the school, and survival analysis for predicting dropout rate for university students in Thailand. Currently, she is interested of poverty dynamics, well-being, household, qualities of life in organization. Dr. Poonpa has also a strong interest in quantitative methods such as multi-level modeling, structural equation model, and especially in education and business field. However, she would like to expand the research interest to employ qualitative and mixed method approaches. And today she will be presenting her outstanding paper. And yeah, she is rewarded for the best paper reward just yesterday, and she is so happy to talk more about that. Her topic today is about the personal and economic factors affecting hotels and restaurant staff anxiety during the COVID-19 pandemic, round 1 in the lower northeastern region, Thailand. And she is now ready. Please welcome her, Dr. Pichayada.
Thank you so
You
much.
are welcome to the
Yes.
session, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Sairung, for warmly greeting me. Dear Presidents, Vice Presidents, Professor, Doctor, Researcher, and participants. My name is Pichayada Poonpa. Today, I'm really glad to present my paper. I would like to share my screen that I am Assistant Professor from Business Management Department from Ubon Ratchathani University. Okay, can you see? The title of this research is Personal and Economic Factor Affecting Hotel and Restaurant Staff Anxiety During the COVID-19 pandemic round 1 in the lower northeastern region, Thailand. That we know nowadays, the world has been a COVID-19 pandemic for over a year, around 18 or 20 months. It has spread rapidly across the globe, causing human calamity and tremendous economic damage. By 26 June 2021, there has been over 180 million cases of COVID-19 globally, with 3,900,000 dead. We can see daily new cases. Yes, it looks like have second wave and start from, look like all countries start from March 2020. And the highest number is around 600,000 or 700,000 cases per day. Quite seriously right now. The number of deaths, we will see, this is the small curve like this and big curve like this. The highest number is around 17,000 deaths per day. Some maybe 18,000. Now it's look like it's decreased. In Thailand, it looks like for the first wave, we start from April, May, and June. Here, this is the first wave of Thailand. And then second wave is around December and January here. Now we are facing the third wave with the rapid spread of COVID-19, all countries have to prevent its spread by social distancing, wearing masks that we know with some business or school closure, hotel and restaurant especially. Most hotel and restaurant staff have to work from home. Some don't have payment or trips. So there is an effect on their anxiety. Tang and etc. 2007 agreed that crisis could cause people to experience 4 types of emotion: anger, fear, sadness, and anxiety. From the epidemic of COVID-19, people have anxiety about the incidents, such as worrying about closing the business that does not survive, worry about contacting the disease, concern about income and expenses, insecure, career instability, debt. The consequences can have a severe impact on their life of those affected anxiety. From Department of Mental Health Thailand 2020 said that the epidemic of COVID-19 worldwide could affect the physical health of people. However, it also affects people's mental health. COVID-19 affects anxiety from the lack of knowledge to prevent and understand the correct behavior, or inability to access accurate information, lack of confidence in the treatment process, etc. Yeah. Moreover, people are anxious about an economic downturn. Less income or unemployment causes people to accumulate stress that may escalate into severe mental health problems in the future. This research studied the causes of factors affecting the anxiety of hotels and restaurant staff during the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. The result will help plan for the more extended response to the situation in the future and enable relevant agencies and governments to solve problems directly, correctly, and effectively to reduce economic issues, anxiety, or control pandemic that may occur in the future. As we don't know when we will stop this pandemic. Research objective, the first objective is study the anxiety level of staff, hotels, and restaurants during the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 2, to study personal factors, economic factors affecting staff, hotels, and restaurants' anxiety during the COVID-19 pandemic. From the literature reviews, Department of Mental Health 2008, Anurad and 2016 discuss factors affect anxiety. It's about personal characteristics containing biological factors and developmental factors of the body. And the second from environmental factors, including the environment, both social, cultural, and event or situation causing concern. And many papers that I studied with, I found that personal factors such as gender, age, field of study, year of study, scholarship for education, people living with congenital disease, economic, affect anxiety. The variable of each research are both the same or different according to the research sample context and situation for that time. How about anxiety? For Gori and his team 2020, he separated anxiety to be 3 groups. The first group is about psychological problems. Its uncertainty and economy includes the fear of losing the job, pay cuts, layoffs, reduced benefit, job insecurity, economic loss, unemployment. For this group, for the first group, this I used in my research to ask staff of hotels and restaurants because this is about economic path. The second group is physical and mental health problems. Often may include low mood, low motivation, exhaustion, anxiety, depression, burnout, suicidal thoughts. And the third group is about psychological problems, digestive problems, change to appetite and weight, dermatological reactions, fatigue, cardiovascular disease. For this is about medical or nursing. Then for this paper, not collect the data about it. Then for all the literature review, I can conclude the conceptual framework of this research to ask normal people for the first wave of COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand like this. Independent variables separate to be two groups variables. Personal factors is about gender, age, number of member family, education, and province. Economic factor is about income or revenue per month during COVID-19, decreased income per month during COVID-19, monthly expense during COVID-19, studies 11 items, debt during COVID-19, have debt or no, yes or no, and loan during COVID-19. This is debt is about number of money that they borrow from bank or other institutions. About dependent variable, anxiety of hotel and restaurant staffs. I asked about worry and afraid to get COVID-19 or not, fear to lose job, unable to operate business, reserve for spending due to the COVID-19, or can adapt to the new lifestyle change, ask about themselves and their relative or their family member also. Research methodology, the sample group of this research, 139 staff, hotels, and restaurants from 4 provinces in the lower northeastern region of Thailand. About lower northeastern regions of Thailand, we don't have a lot of hotels because we're not like a Ocean Pass, like a Pattaya, Phuket, or Chiang Mai, something like that. Then staff of hotel is not a lot, like Phuket or tourist cities, yeah. And number 2, area sampling and survey research were used in this study. The instrument used a questionnaire with a reliability of 0.87 is part of the criteria and suit for to ask the information. Data analysis were descriptive statistics and multiple linear regression. Results, there was a total 139 people from hotel and restaurant staff. 35.3% are males and around 64.7% are females. Most of them were hotel staff, 74.8%, and 25% from restaurant. Most of them graduated less than and equal grade 9. Yeah, 75.5%. And graduated more than grade 9, around 24.5%. That's why quite concerned about if they lose job. It's not easy to find a job right now because their graduate level is not high. It's just secondary school. The respondents were from Sisaket province, 48.9% or 49%, followed by Ubon Ratchathani province, 41%, Yasothon 5.8%, Amnat Charan province, around 4.3%. Loan of hotel and restaurant employee during the first round of the COVID-19 found that 82% not borrow, not loan, and around 18% borrow. How about variables about expense? We can see that personal expense mean around 487 baht. During COVID-19, decreased to 100 something detergent, electricity costs, water bill. You see, before COVID-19, they spent like this 141, but during COVID-19 decreased. Gas bill also 310 baht. Gas bill during COVID-19. Yes, they spend a lot, 311, because I'm not sure they stay home or not. Work from home, then they cook, then they spend more than before COVID-19 for gas bill. Beauty cost less, yes, before 108 baht. Beauty cost during COVID-19, 82. Travel expense, 800. Travel expense during COVID-19 decreased, 600. Educational fee, 1,075 baht. And during the COVID-19, around 900 baht. Health expense before COVID-19, 149. Health expense during 92. Social value, 454, and during COVID-19, 381. We can see about graph like this, show that education fee is the highest number that they spend before and during COVID-19. Second is about travel expense. They wanna travel, yes, and social cost sometimes, electricity bill, something like that. The last one is about beauty cost and health fee. How about anxiety item? I asked them about they worry and afraid to get COVID-19 or not. This is because the first wave of COVID-19 in Thailand, we can control very good number of cases and deaths is very, very low. That's why the number, the range number that I collect them start from 1 to 5. The average, the high average, yes, they worry about COVID-19 to get it. Yes, around 3.8 high level. The second is about do not have a reserve or money spent during the COVID-19, around 3.71 high level. Next is about can adapt to the new lifestyle change because some students, teachers have to online teaching, work from home, cannot go out and wear masks everywhere, something like that. Then I asked them around October 2020 to September 2020. After we can control COVID-19, the first wave, quite 90% in Thailand, not have a lot of cases, a few cases per day. And yes, they worry about themselves, quite high level or medium level. About low is about family, I asked their family anxiety also. It's around 2.1, low, medium. They worry about member lost their job due to the influence of COVID-19 also. Yes, and family member don't have reserve for spending during the COVID-19. This is look like higher than the other, just two, but these three. And the total of anxiety is 3.2. This is medium level of anxiety. For about multiple regression results, I use stepwise method for analyze data because I have a lot of items. It's too big item, then I would like to have the best model to predict anxiety of staff, hotels and restaurants. I found that F equal 9.4, p-value less than 0.01. Then predictive variables explain the variant of staff anxiety during COVID-19 pandemic with statistical significance at the level of 0.01. And the best predictors. Yes, for this, just have 5 from 20 predictors. 5 predictor is the best to predict anxiety. The first is about gender. Male is 0. This is dummy variable code. Female 1. And the beta is 0.335 is higher number. If gender of staff change from male to be female, they worry, they higher anxiety at significant 0.01 level. Next is about negative 0.324. It's about business type. If change from hotel to be restaurant, then hotel quite anxiety more than restaurant staff. If we change hotel staff to be restaurant staff, it looks like anxiety decrease. Gas bill, yes. The third is about gas bill. They worry about gas bill also 0.282 and significant 0.01. Lower income or lower revenue, yeah, they worry about this significant 0.05. And the last one, loan during the COVID-19, they worry about they have debt 0.16. This is for R square that I found that is around 0.5 to 3. It means the dependent variable, independent variables and anxiety of staff, hotels and restaurants will correlate moderate level. R square 24.4 mean that independent variable can explain the anxiety staff, hotels and restaurants by 24.4%. The variable significant influencing anxiety were the first one is gender, business type, gas bill, decreased income during COVID-19 and loan during COVID-19 pandemic. This is equation to predict hotel and staff employee anxiety. Yes, anxiety is, this is the biggest number effect from gender and negative effect from business type, followed by gas bill, lower income and loan. Discussions from the result. It was found that anxiety of staff during the COVID-19 pandemic round 1 was at a moderate level. Predictor variables were associated with a relative moderate level of anxiety. This is line with the Gichatanathon 2020, which found that the most samples were spread over the COVID-19 outbreak is low to moderate level, just the round one. Because why people in Thailand think about the COVID-19 outbreak for the first round is quite okay, because the number of infection and death rates is low compared with other countries. Much more violence. Thailand has a timely lockdown and caused by people working together to help each other at home, wear a mask in the public place, social distancing, public health personnel respond quickly and work together seriously. And we have organizations like surveillance of patients and village health volunteer in the village has the result in the effective control of COVID-19 rollout. Economic factor, we found that decreased revenue loan have a positive or direct influence on hotel and restaurant staff anxiety significantly at 0.01 because of COVID-19 outbreak. The government had to announce two country lockdown in April 2020 for a month, prohibit people from leaving the area. Some business at risk of spreading the virus have temporarily closed, refrain from organizing activities such as seminars, education, face-to-face teaching, socializing without clients. The restaurant and hotel business are also affected because no tourists, no customers, then they no income, which cause people to lack purchase power. So those businesses are affected the COVID-19 outbreak. Sales decline, revenue loss, revenue decrease, debt burden increase, and also continue the severe health expense during the COVID-19 attack. These factors have a statistically significant effect on the anxiety of hotel and restaurant staff. Recommendation, this research examination, the factor affecting the anxiety of hotel and restaurant staff during the first round of the COVID-19 outbreak. In the further research should study with other professional groups such as students, teachers, entrepreneurs, farmers. Yes, maybe, yes, we will have a lot of information. Next research may compare the impact of people anxiety during COVID-19 round 1, round 2, and round 3 on the economic and social. Why I think we should study, because now when compare round 1, round 2, and round 3 is very serious right now. Yes, but round 2 and round 1, yes, we still okay. Maybe anxiety is changed. It will result is more detailed information. The result will impact the present people have received so that relevant governments can solve this problem in the future. Thank you so much for your attention. Q&A, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Punha, for your insightful paper. Yes, as we all know, we have been fighting the COVID-19 pandemics for over a year, and we are still have the serious situation right now, especially there and here in Thailand. In Thailand is like getting worse in terms of COVID situation right now. Some schools has been closed. Students have to study at home. We have to work from home. We have no visitor. We have no tourists for over a year. That's the big problem for Thailand and anywhere else in this world. This affects the anxieties of people, especially people working in hospitality industry, hotel staff and restaurant staff, as Dr. Pichayada mentioned earlier. Her research paper is very up to date and very insightful, as I said. And I'm now would like to invite distinguished scholar, please discuss more on this topic. And if you have questions, and would you like to I would like to invite again Dr. Punpa. She's still with us to answer or discuss more about this. Please, welcome.
Yes, anyone would like to pose some questions because Dr. Pichayada has done some good work. So Dr. Pichayada, are you ready for the second wave as well? Because this is the research work that you carried out for the phase 1. So now second phase is going on. Dr. Tan is wearing mask, it indicates. Dr. Tan.
I'm in Krabi, in a rest hotel. It's a hotel resort. It's still a lot of people. So when we get into the airports, we have to, go through the proper vaccination status assessment, and then we can get into Krabi Island and we can enjoy our life. But we need to vaccinate it first, to vaccinate first, yeah.
So, Dr. Pichayada, as the current situation in Thailand, no tourists are visiting. So, would you like to expand this work further? Expand this work with the new parameters, new independent variables? Yeah, Dr. Satayan is showing no one is visible. Dr. Pichayada, yeah,
Yes.
Dr. Tan is showing that no tourist, only limited one.
Oh.
So your calculation, your estimation that you have made, that is rightly calculated, no doubt about it. And we had already examined your paper earlier as well.
So much.
So I think you should plan for the next work. Means under the new situation with more independent variables, definitely. And why not use R programming? The statistics with R programming definitely will give some new insight. Yeah.
I think just 139% staff, then just SPSS is okay. It's depend on we plan to do every angle of information. I analyze every, step for see about the effect, the factor affecting anxiety of hotel and restaurant staff, and the result is just the same. Then yes, maybe if I include some more variable that affect anxiety, for example, like social factors, or I'm not sure, media, something like that, can make people stressed or not for right now. Then if construct or sophisticated model, then I can use M+ model to analyze structural equation modeling in the further research.
I think data size must be very large.
Since Professor Pankaj suggests Professors Pichayada to do the second research, I would suggest probably we look into variables beside the social and personal factors, because those are very much explaining the impact in a very small amount of variance way. So probably we can look into competency matching, diversities of competencies, meaning that the employees are able to do diversify jobs during the pandemic. and they are willing to go through some changes or whatever in the work area, and that probably if they are not able to adapt, maybe the impact will be higher, and so maybe will increase your R square in your regressions analysis. Yeah.
Actually, I already thank you so much. Actually, I already use all personal factors and economic factors is around 20 something 25 independent variables to predict anxiety, but the R square is lower than the best model that I use right now. Because I use enter method first. Now I think, it's not the best predictor. The model suggests I use step right for select the best predictors of the model, and R square is highest. That's why I just select the best predictors for this model. This is my reason.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yes,
That's
thank
good.
you so much. Thank you so much.
Dr. Pesaida, because I am having because it is very nice to work, and because what will be the impact of this COVID-19 on this price fluctuation, particularly the food items. So that is also very important, because actually, even though during this COVID pandemic, agriculture cannot stop, and we cannot live without food also. So that is what is the impact of this pandemic, that is COVID-19, on price fluctuation about food chain. It may also be a very important parameter if you plan for future research, and that is the point. Because in some places, even in India also, even in our own state, the foods are not available. Then about the supply of foods, even the farmers, even though they produced food, even the food items in the field, but it cannot be distributed due to the lockdown. So these are some of the serious problems we are facing even in India also. So that will be another parameter, very important parameters. That without food, we cannot survive. That is. Thank you.
I collect food. Yes. Yes, but I already analyzed and it's not a fact. Yes, I collect monthly expense for food per month during and before COVID-19 as well, but it's not a fact for anxiety. I think because Thailand, we are a very good sources of food. We have valuable fruits and rice. That's why they can survive. And because my area is urban, it's not city, then most of people have land and have fruits for survive. That's why then I think because of this, they're not worried about food expense per month. Thank you so much.
Yeah, one question, I think, Pichaida, Rahman has raised hand. Yes, Mr. Rahman, please ask your query. Mr. Rahman? He has raised hand. Rahman?
Come on.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. First of all, I want to thank to Dr. Arceloni for inviting me. So it was a really interesting presentation, because I think all the words were in the same situation. So, and the professor who was there, or the speaker, I know Thailand suffered like all the world, but I would like to know what actions are you planning to do for the second semester? Because just the first semester, we have only a few days to finish. So what actions are you planning to try to active tourism economy in your country?
For, I don't know about, I mean, for my government, they do have plan to open the country within 120 20 days, maybe in August or September, maybe, yes.
Maybe October.
They wanna people to have vaccine before open the country. Yes, but right now people quite stressed a lot because of a number of cases, and this rate is quite high when compared with before. The third wave is quite serious right now. For me, for the future research, if I have opportunity to collect data for the third wave, the second wave, I would like to show you and governments or people who concern this about how anxious of people right now. I think situation right now is not like the first wave that we can control. Then if they know that about people right now, it's very serious, they have to do something to help people to solve this problem. Yes, thank you so much.
Thanks to you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Is there anyone else like to share in this session? We still have some time. Dr. Arceloni, please share if you like to.
Good morning, good evening, everybody. We had a similar start voted to that faced education last year here in Brazil, and results are similar. In fact, your study is so strong, so important, because it faces not just the situation and the efforts in Thailand, but around the world. It's applicable to every place. Yes, really nice study. And what I say, everybody is worried about COVID. We don't know too much or nothing about it. And in Brazil, especially, we have 500 deaths, and how to stop that. And it is affecting economy. Poorest people is much more poor. Social conditions are not okay. It's similar to Thailand. Tourism is the most important part of Thailand to move economy. What we should do. Thank you, Dr. Sayron. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Arceloni.
Arceloni. Give warm hug from us. Pray for Brazil as well. Hope situation better.
And pray for India and also ourselves, Thailand. We are fighting so hard here also.
Yeah.
And
in fact, I have prayed for the globe. I have been praying.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are still supporting each other here, and we will be like this.
Smile.
Thank you so much, Professor C.C. Tan, Professor M. Priji, Professor Raman, and my dear friend, Dr. Arceloni, for your sharing in this session. Even though the R-square on the studies of Dr. Pishayana is quite low comparing to like the mean. But anyway, because This is the study correcting data in the first rounds of COVID-19 outbreak here in Thailand. So the number of infections and death rate is quite low comparing to other countries, which is much more violence. And I'm now would like to returning the session to Dr. Minaki. Thank you so much for the time for me. Hope to see you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sairung, Dr. Kuchiada, Dr. Arsiloni. Thank you for your valuable input. And finally, I would like to say thank you to Pankaj sir for giving me this opportunity to talk to all of you. And now I would like to hand over the session to my friend, Dr. Amita. From here onwards, she will help us to sail through the rest of the sessions. Dr. Amutha is Assistant Professor at PG and Research Department of Mathematics at American College, Madurai, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Amutha, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Commit your work to the Lord, then only your work will be established. So by the word of God, let me start my duty. Respected President of FAI, Professor Wist, General Secretary of FAI, Dr. Pankaj Srivastava, Vice President of FAI, Professor Dr. Lilis Divagar, and conveners and all the dignitaries of this prestigious conference. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to one and all present here. Also, I welcome you all for the second part of this speaker session of the day 2. I'm very glad to be in a part of this wonderful conference. Now I invite our beloved speaker, Professor Arsiloni Nusa Walbato, Unifaca West University Center, Brazil. For chairing the session, I would like to invite Brigadier Praveen Kumar, Pune, Maharashtra, India, to introduce our beloved speaker, Arsiloni ma'am, and chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amita. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Good evening and good morning, good afternoon, all of you. It is my proud privilege to be introducing one of the most known and popular speaker. We all are already aware. For the first time, I would give a brief introduction of Professor Arsiloni Nusa Walbato. Professor Arsiloni is a doctor in psycholinguistics, graduated in humanities. Her interests are technology education, language acquisition, learning, exists at Unified West University Center. She coordinates the Transcultural Practice Master and also Foreign Affairs Office. She is the Latin American for Science and Technology Association President, member of Executive Council FAI, Vice President of Brazilian Jail, and CWSIR Chief Ambassador for Latin America. Advisory at Brazilian Ministry of Education, MEC, and Santa Catarina State Research Foundation, FAPSESC. She got some awards and takes part in scientific committees at Academic Journal, Abraham Holos, Brazil, SIOD, JAPS, JOMAL, Turkey, and academic events as invited speakers and also as a promoter. She organized some books and papers published in Brazil and abroad. Today, she will be speaking on amount of data processed on the planet in last decade, data processed into informatics and transformed into knowledge by natural intelligence. Not keeping your waiting much, I would request Professor Arsiloni to take the stage and start her speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for words and the presentation. I will share the needle, my presentation, and it is part what we have to do nowadays with information. We have to look for the needle in the haystack. Well, what's going on? Not right. Oh, now it is okay. So we are looking for the needle. What we have? We are producing nowadays so many data, and data we transform into information if it is some way relevant for us. And information, it makes sense for us, is knowledge. Nowadays, we are producing, or we produced last year, 35 trillion gigabytes about data. And just Facebook generates 500 terabytes of data by a year, daily, sorry. And in Brazil, we reached 1.6 billion gigabytes in last year. Per minute, for example, Zoom generates 208,333 gigabytes of information. Facebook's uploads 1,4,500 photos per minute daily. WhatsApp, the volume we have circulating in internet is so much. During our first lives as human being, the 40,000 years of humanity, we generate 12 billions of gigabytes of information. And the same volume of information was generated just in 22 years. So it's a huge formant. In 203 years less, we generated exactly, we double the information. And in 2020, last year, we generated 40 gigabytes of information. It is really a huge percent of information. What are the perspectives we have? How we treat of that? How we circulate? Today, we have to thank you for the information we do not receive from the other. As the volume we have, it is the right information, the right data, the right knowledge we have to do is like we seek for a needle in a hashtag. So what is more properly if we say, thank you for information you do not give it to me, but we circulate on that. We have to treat with that. So we have anyway, we have to meet, filter, and organize this information in order to transform it in knowledge. What we have to check? The relevance of the information. The sequencing, it is connecting with our logical information, our logical circulation, the simplicity of the information, and also the concision of the information. For sure, every of these items are totally voted to the capacity to transform information and knowledge. The differential possibility, and it's totally linked to memory we had. We are operating with that. Last term, old memory, and recent memory. What is the sustained competitive differential today? For sure, the human talent. No more the capital that one day we thought about profits. Profits were important for organizations. For sure it is, today it They are important. It is important today. And then after that, we realized that the technology was a differential possibility to be at the top position, but not the capital, nor the technology, but the human talent are what is really important to us. So what we have to consider, the eyesight and the benefits and the strategies, the integration and the interpretation, we look at the information to transform it in knowledge in order to make knowledge, to transform, to produce, to make knowledge, and consider the human factors, the possibility we have with creativity and innovation, we have the productivity. We achieve, whoa, this is awful. So the cognition, we have to consider the cognitive skills we have. And we have, in fact, more than 30 possibilities, theories of how we learn. All of them are important, but all of them have lacks. What we have to consider, what are the cognitive skills we are dealing with? The perceptions, our attentions, the associations we can do, the connections, the readings, and we do not read just letters for sure, but we have 5 possibilities for reading. How we lead with our memory, our imagination is so important, including dreams, our thoughts, and the way we treat with the reason, and how the way we try with languages, images, a great items. We also have to be sure, and we ought to can take a look how the way we properly out to learning, producing, it is a process by which competences, skills, knowledge, behaviors, or values are acquired or modified as a result of studies, experiences, trainings, reasonings, and observation. Human learning, natural learning, is totally related to education, formal or informal situations, and for sure, personal development. As a cultural, we can mention a lot of possibilities. So Gardner, in the decade of 90, talk about intelligence, the logical, mathematical, musical, linguistics. Everyone has different possibilities and prioritize one or the other. One are more musicals or are impersonals. So the human talent lead us to a process of creativity and innovation. That is the difference we can assure, totally different for artificial intelligence, for example. We can innovate each minute. We can innovate each instant. That is what we really have for that. We can adapt in any situation, even in one that we never face. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. Thank you to FAI. Thank you to the 3 institutions are promoting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Before we summarize, may I request if anyone has any question or answers? Anyone having any doubt or any question, can please ask Professor.
We are totally different and we are unique.
Well, so to summarize a very well delivered and prepared lecture, what I liked most was the needle and haystack. Absolutely, the data available is enormous, and to get the data, what we call in our terms as actionable data, actionable information, is again a big difficulty. And I should say that thank you for not providing us information. That is absolutely right, because the more information we have, it becomes more takes more time to sifting and citing and taking out. So very well brought out and very well covered. With this, I hand you all over to Amita for continuing with the presentation part. Dr. Amita, please.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you. Really, it's a mind-blowing session, ma'am. I hope definitely the people will be useful. Those are doing in this area of research. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, let me invite the beloved speaker, Professor Dr. Akhtar A. Desiliro, Director of Philosophy, Professor Academicians Honorary, Doctor of Science of the Regional Academic Management in Kazakhstan. For chairing the session, I invite Dr. M. Chandramaulishwaran, Associate Professor and Head, Saivabana Kaspia College, Aruppukkottai, Tamil Nadu, to introduce our beloved speaker and chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Amita, please continue for the next one. I think Aktam Dislova is not present here.
Okay, sir.
And
Okay.
Chandramauli both are not here. So cancel this session. You go ahead with the next one.
Yes, sir. Now let me invite our beloved speaker, next speaker, Professor Waldemar, Lviv University of Internal Affairs. For chairing the session, I would like to invite our chairperson of the session, Professor Raghuraman, ex-faculty of School of Business Management, ICT Women, to introduce our speaker and Professor Waldemar and chair the session, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Sir, Dr. Pankaj?
Yes.
I've been assigned for second person, sir. Dr. Chung Boon.
Just, yeah, little bit mistake. Yes. It is
revised the schedule. Vice Chancellor has been up.
something. Okay, just change it because
Premjit is there.
Premjit Singh sir, please take the charge.
Yes.
To introduce the Hobela sir. Yeah, some mistake happened. Somewhere in say, yeah.
No problem. No problem, sir.
It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Volodymyr B. Hovela. So at present he is working as associate professor.
Yeah, Dr. Hobela, please take the charge. Dr. Chenbur, please join a little bit later. After a minor changes occurred, I think due to some readjustment in the website. Dr. Hobela, please join the session along with Professor Premjit. Some error occurred somewhere. Okay, anyway.
Okay.
Premjit Singh, sir, please continue. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Dr. Hovela is working as associate professor, management department, Lviv State University of Internal Affairs, and his research area is on ecological economics, greening, economic security of the state, international economics and foreign economics activity of enterprise. And he is the author of one monograph, one manual, 16 scientific articles, co-authored of 3 collective monographs, one manual, participant in approximately more than 30 conferences, and during his graduation, because from National Forestry University of Ukraine, and he did on natural management, and he also did international law bachelor's degree, and he will talk on the economy, the offshoring as a tool for ensuring the state's economic security. Without taking much time, the floor is yours. I request Dr. Hovela to give his presentation.
Thank you, sir. I'll try to share my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, it is okay.
Will you see my screen?
Yeah, it is okay.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to tell that I'm very glad to take part in this conference and to say thank you to FAI and especially to Dr. Bisht and Dr. Pankai for involving us from Ukraine to this event. My topic today is the economy of offshoring as a tool for ensuring the state's economic security. Modern business and modern economy is characterized by transferring financial operations and capital from the national economy to offshore. The main reason for this phenomenon is the desire for businessmen to reduce the tax burden through the use of offshore jurisdiction where the tax conditions are much more favorable. However, reducing the level of taxation and providing favorable conditions for doing business for national businesses is not a guarantee for reducing the level of offshoring of the economy. Firstly, because the level of taxation in offshore jurisdiction is quite low, or taxation is limited to a fixed annual payment, which is in any case more favorable condition for businessmen. Secondly, lowering the tax rate can have a very negative impact on the economy and the economic security of the state. The reasons for offshoring and capital outflow should be considered through the analysis of the benefits and threats of this process for business and the state economy. The advantages of offshoring include low tax burden and simplified reporting system, simplified access to international financial markets, protection of property and other rights, international legal protection against corruption and raiding, judicial protection in accordance with the provisions of international law, confidently of information regarding business owners and the volume of financial and economic activities, as well as the protection of such information. The advantages of offshoring of the state economy are the availability to flexible and effective mechanism for reinvesting funds in the national economy through access to the global financial system. This significant number of advantages offshoring possess threats to business. Among inequality, increased attention of fiscal and law enforcement agencies to enterprises registered offshore, support restriction of the acquisition of asset by investing, etc. Trade barriers to activities in the field of national security and the military industrial complex. Deterioration of business reputation due to the use of offshore. The need to prove that the capital owned by the company was not acquired by criminal means. Therefore, it is necessary to identify a wider range of reasons that affect the level of offshoring of the economy except for a tax policy, and to investigate them. Based on the results of this analysis, it will be possible to develop a system of measures to eliminate the root causes of offshoring and ensure the economic security of the state. All this determines the relevance and the chosen research topic. The vast majority of leading corporates have offices or departments in offshore. Regarding the post-Soviet countries and Ukraine, we want to notice that most of the capital returns to the home countries in the form of round-trip investment, but the amount of accumulated capital offshore is significant. About 40% of capital from the post-Soviet space is located offshore. In recent decades, Ukrainian business have been most active in using Cyprus to reduce the tax burden and withdraw capital. According to experts, the capital placed in Cyprus reaches about $30 billion. And for the period since the beginning of Russian aggression and the military invasion to eastern Ukraine and Crimea, over 500 billion hryvnias were withdrawn to Cyprus. The study used a synthesis method to calculate the economy offshoring rate and the method of calculating the total outflow of capital from the state, which allowed assessing the level of economy offshoring. Using empirical analysis and distributed list of factors contributing to the offshoring of Ukraine's economy has been established. The application of correlation analysis allowed us to determine the level of influence of the established factor and the dependent variable, which characterizes the level of capital outflow. Based on the result of the analysis, using the method of mathematical modeling, a model of the influence of various factors on the level of offshoring of the state economy is built, and the factors that have the greatest influence on this process were identified. To ensure the validity of the study results, with the help of structural genetic analysis and induction, the dependence of offshoring level on 7 other factors. In particular, empirical studies of the persistent dependence of offshore on the presence of political risk in countries have been taken into account. The study also grounds as a study of moral and ethical norms, impact on the entrepreneur, the level of social responsibility and trust in the government on the level of economy. First of all, in the process of research, the offshore ratio of Ukraine's economy was calculated. The calculation of this coefficient is carried out according to the formula, where VK is capital outflow and divided on great domestic product. The results of the calculation of capital outflows and offshore ratio are presented in slide. According to the results of the calculation, it can be concluded that the economy of Ukraine is characterized by quite significant volumes of capital outflow and high level of economy offshoring. Taking into account the results of the analysis and the negative dynamics of capital outflow and offshore ratio, we conclude that government measures to combat offshoring are not so effective. The analysis data show a high level of Ukraine's economy dependence on partner countries that are offshore harbors and on the capital located there. Accordingly, the state's economy is severely dependent on capital and investment coming from offshore. The results of these studies must be taken into account in the development of security measures for economy. Furthermore, it's important to analyze another reason for the popularity and spread of offshore: favorable conditions for investment and business development. Part of the capital outflow from the country is then returned in the form direct foreign investment. Such investment are called round-trip investment. It's domestic investments that were previously transferred to offshore. All in all, reinvestment is an important process for Ukraine's economy, as in recent decades such schemes have become not only commonplace, but also a major source of financing for Ukraine economy. The figure shows the main countries investors in the Ukraine economy. We can conclude that the main investors in the Ukraine economy are companies located in Cyprus and the Netherlands. Sorry. The two most famous and popular offshore countries in Europe. Respectively, the object of investment are Kyiv region, Donetsk region, and Dnipropetrovsk region, and administrative territorial units of our country, of which a significant share of Ukrainian industrial potential is concentrated. Thus, a significant part of DFI flows is residents-owned funds that are invested in their own enterprises using offshore and round-trip investment. Based on the analysis of the dynamic of foreign direct investment and dynamics of round-trip investment, a high level of their dependence was revealed. Only in 2016, there was a relatively weak correlation. In all other analyzed years, the relationship is quite significant. Accordingly, the dynamics and the volume of DFI shows a strong correlation. Regarding the government's policy to reduce round-trip investment, it should be noted that a significant impact on the reduction of round-trip can lead to a significant reduction in total foreign direct investment. That is why when developing measures to reduce the volume of this type of investment should take into account its security value. To ensure the reliability of the result, calculation of the offshore ratio, and to calculate the total capital outflow, it's necessary to determine the level of outflow of hidden capital. To calculate it, it's necessary to determine the not received income from export operations, payment for imported goods and services that were not received by the terms of the agreement, payments for fixtures, securities transactions, etc. Accordingly, the total capital outflow was calculated using the next formula. So the sum of deposits in foreign banks, direct foreign investment outward, portfolio investment outward, covered capital outflow minus round treatment. The next test of the study is to analyze the degree of influence of various factors on the volume of capital outflows. To perform this analysis, we use correlation analysis which will assess the impact of various factors on the dependent variable. Among the factors that may affect capital outflows are the following: budget deficit, GDP, external debt, inflation, corporate trading, and confidence level, population, the banking system of Ukraine, and the last one round investment. The result of building a mathematical model of the influence of various factors on the level of capital outflow and scale for assessing this impact are shown on the slide. Based on the result of the analysis and the constructed mathematical model, a significant level of influence and dependence of the factor X5 was established, which is identified as the level of corporate trading in Ukraine. Accordingly, we conclude that one of the most important reasons influencing the amount of capital outflow, except for the state tax policy, is a desire to protect capitals. Accordingly, the high level of rating is also a significant cause of capital outflows. Using the graphical method, we present the dynamics and level of the relationship between the level of rating in Ukraine and the coefficient of the Ukraine economy offshoring. The level of the relationship between the nexus between the level of rating in Ukraine and the volume of capital outflows from Ukraine is presented in the following figure 2. Thus, it can be concluded that the level of rating has a significant impact on capital outflows and the offshoring rate of the Ukraine economy. In general, it can be concluded that the level of rating significantly affects the capital outflow from Ukraine and the level of the Ukraine's economy offshoring. In addition, it's necessary to take into account the results of empirical studies on the nexus between political risks and capital outflows, which were carried out from a significant number of developing countries. The results of this analysis show that there are stable nexus and significant level of influence of political risk on capital outflows. These empirical calculations are also confirmed by the analysis of the number of established enterprises offshore from 1992 to 2016. Accordingly, the largest number of offshore companies was registered during the crisis, especially during the institutional crisis of 1999 and 2007. In Ukraine, in particular, there is a significant level of regulatory and political influence on business, high level of corruption, significant harassment and raiding of business, especially during 2001 and 2015 years. Therefore, one of the most important reasons for the Ukraine economy offshoring is trying to protect property and capitals. To sum the results of the analysis up, we will note that the urgent problem is the need to offshore the economy to ensure the economic security of the state. It is estimated that annual capital outflows from Ukraine amount to about $1 billion. Accordingly, no less important area of activity is to promote the return to Ukraine of previously withdrawn capital, which will help intensify economic development, reduce external debt, and decrease GDP. It should be noted that in Ukraine, the amount of withdrawn capital significantly exceeds the amount of external debt of the state. In particular, this ratio capital outflow to external debt is 1.29. That is, the amount of capital outflow is high on 29% than external debt. Therefore, based on the results of the study, we consider it appropriate to introduce several measures to enhance economic offshoring. Firstly, it's necessary to improve the institutional and legal support of the offshoring. The implementation of these measures seems possible through the creation of a department to combat raiding and protection of economic rights of citizens within creating Bureau of Economic Security of Ukraine. It's necessary to give this unit a wide range of powers of monitor, prevent, and combat raiding, corporate raiding, promote the protection of property and intellectual property rights of citizens, legal entities, and foreign investors. Secondly, particular efforts to combat offshoring should also be aimed at establishing effective mechanisms for asset recovery and legalization of capital amnesty, because they need to take into account the stable relationship between DFI and round-trip investment and their impact on the economic security in the process of forming measures of economic offshoring. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hovela. Now the topic is open for discussion. Any queries to Dr. Hovela? Clarification from Dr. Hovela. So then I will sum up, because it is a nice presentation of Dr. Hovela. So he explained about the benefits of the offshoring, and in his presentation he included about that is 17 countries, and it gave hypothesis of significant impact of offshoring on Ukraine economy by factors not tax policy of the state. And ultimately, because in his findings, he has given the probable, that is the protection of property, intellectual and the other property rights, protection of business from raiding, then access to effective and reliable financial instruments. And he also gave conclusion recommendation on the measures, the special, that is for combating raiding and the protection of economic rights of the city. And the second point he recommended after his, significant studies is improving the system of legal support for business activities. And the last one is restoration of the authority of the government and the state institutions. So it is a nice presentation in social science, and the use of this data analytics in social science. He has proven his significant findings with recommended. Thank you, Dr. Hovela, for your nice presentation.
Thank you, Professor Turjitsin, for your assessment, for your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent presentation. Now, I would like to thank Professor West, President of FAI, and Professor Pankaj Srivastava, General Secretary of FAI, and my sincere thanks to all the entire peer team of Fatter Academy of India for giving me this opportunity to being a part of this prestigious conference. And now I hand over this session to Regina, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. Please hand over the session, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, Rajane.
Yes. Can I start now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
just a mind correction. Please invite Professor Cheng Boon and Professor Raghu Raman, please.
Okay. I had Chen Boon and Premit Singh.
No, Professor Raghu Raman.
Okay. So let's start the second session for today. And I would like to, just a moment, I would like to present Professor Raghu Raman, ex-faculty School of Business Management, ICT, Oman. Please, could you present our speaker, Dr. Ching Boon? Or maybe I can do this. Dr. Ching Boon is professor of Department of Marketing, Sunway University Business School, Jalan University, Bandar Sunway, Malaysia.
He's there.
No, he is here, sir. Okay, okay. Okay, Dr. Raghubar, take the charge, please.
Okay. Good evening to all. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Cheng Boon. Presently, he is Associate Professor, Department of Marketing Management, Sunway University School, Jalan University, Malaysia. It's a very interesting profile. I would like to say a few words about him there. To say a few words about Professor Alex, he has a good interpersonal and communication skills with the creativity and the ability to think out of box. They are a combination. He is highly appreciated by students and the organization. With regard to his education, he did his PhD in 2012 from University of Chan Abdul Razak, Malaysia. And then his title is Process Quality and Outcome of Quality on Customer Satisfaction in Hotel Industry in Malaysia. He did it MS in Marketing with a distinction, 2003 completed, Robert Gordon University, UK. Did his MBA 1999, Herod Watt University in UK. With regard to his work experience, he started his career in June 2002 and served various universities in Malaysia in various positions. And to start with this thing, he started in 2002 as a lecturer and rose to the position of associate professor. He is also editorial board member in National International Journal and reviewer of journals and conferences. He has published 25 articles in various international journals, and he has participated 28 paper conferences, is presented, attended various seminars and workshops. I invite Professor to take the stage to present his paper. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Raghu and Rajini, for your introductions. I would like to say sorry to everyone because of the network. Okay, I have to turn off the video, otherwise it will be very lacking. I hope that everyone can hear me clearly. Okay, I would like to start my presentation by giving a brief introduction of what am I doing for this paper. This is actually just at the beginning of the stage, okay, of the research, where we have come up with this concept. Once the idea is getting clearer and the scope of the research is finalized, we will conduct the research on. Now, what I'm going to present and share today would be actually a concept of what we're going to do. And the focus is going to be on the marketing communications, where I give a very short title for it and call it as a contemporary overview of marketing communication. Now, transcending conventional selling has appointed communication as a spec word for robust marketing endeavors among growing organizations within today's business avenue. Especially for companies with future uncertainties, marketing communication domain a greater foothold in determining the appropriate message for the right audience, Now, a crucial stance is allocated on the marketing communication process and its relationship to the marketing mix, the fine line between promotional and marketing communications, and its practicality in the current business context. This is followed by its role towards building well-versed business relationship upon customers' purchasing processes. Now, to understand marketing communication better, essentially marketing and communication have independent standings. Now, the process of transmitting message between sender and receivers doesn't promise successful communication. Establishing shared thoughts through information's broadcastings is actually the key. So in this case, okay, when I review the Chartered Institute of Marketing, CIM described marketing as the management process, okay, responsible for identifying, anticipating, and satisfying customers' requirements while progressively gain profitability. And according to the other association, American Marketing Association, marketing refers to exchanges, okay, which satisfy individual organizations' objectives are achieved through effectively managing marketing mix component profitably. Now, on the other hand, okay, communication itself, I think that most of us know that it is about the imparting or exchanging of information by speaking, writing, or using some other medium. Now, when we put these two together, marketing communications can be defined as a fundamental and complex, okay, part of a company's marketing efforts, okay. Loosely defined, MarCom or marketing communications can be described as all the messages and media you deploy to communicate with the market, and at the same time, marketing communication, as what we all are aware, it includes, okay, advertising, direct marketing, branding, packaging, maybe a company's online presences, printed materials, PR activities, sales presentations, sponsorship, trade shows, appearance, and others. So in general, marketing communications has two main objectives. The first one is to deal with creating preference. Now, creating preference is often a long-term effort that aims at using communication tools to help position your product or company in the minds of the target customer. Positioning and building a brand, in this case, takes time and requires a certain consistency, and not just in the communication effort themselves, but also in regards to the core elements of the product, pricing, and distribution. And therefore, it represents a significant commitment for the company. So we need to remember establishing preferences by building a brand will impact market share, profitability, and even a company's access to talent, and those provides long-term value for the company. Now, the second objective of a marketing communications is about shortening the sales cycle. It means assisting your sales and channel partners in their efforts to identify, engage, and deliver a customer. So understanding the customer's buying process brings critical insight into how one can shorten the sales cycle. Through market research and also the conversations with salesperson, a marketing communication staff, okay, must identify how they can help speed up the process. Now, in the case of high technology products, the sales cycle. Yes. Okay, the sales cycles involve, okay, considerable amounts of customer education in the early stages of the process. Marketing communication in this case must focus on creating, packaging, and delivering relevant information to the buyer throughout the buying process in order to sell meet this education needs. So in general, the communication techniques employed to shorten the sales cycle are by nature more tactical, than those used in building a brand. Nevertheless, our strategy to achieve the two marketing communication objectives must be balanced, or the legitimacy of your plan will be questioned if one objective takes priority over the other. So we must have close collaboration with sales and customer facing channel partners in order to get this balance right. Now, moving on, marketing communication is the deliverance of a worthwhile information regarding an organization and its offering to selected customer group. The subject deliver clear, consistent, and compelling organizational messages, followed by accurate receiving of intended messages to establish shared understanding among organizations and customers to the desired effect. An example is the Dove campaign, campaign for real beauty, which holds significant marketing impact since its launch in 2004. For more than 15 years, the campaign, as organized by Unilever, has successfully conveyed an important message that beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. So in this case, a clear message delivered through multiple occasions and platforms shows how marketing communication is apparent, and with the message of love yourself becoming Dove's market and brand identity. Now, the component of the marketing mix is important to act as non-excludable tools in this case, more so as management of the marketing communication mix. Product-based organization place emphasis on the conventional marketing mix in developing its strategy, while service provider account for components like people, physical, evidence, and processes. So marketing communication signify the promotional side of the organization. Although advertising, selling, sales promotion, PR, and direct marketing are key contributors to achieve the objective of communication, they are not exclusive. Marketing communications should attempt to surpass first level impact in order to obtain lasting impressions. Those interactivity is the answer in the current technological world. Interactive marketing communication mix is important. For example, in the case of tourism, the storytelling approach in the traveling marketing, Taiwan, the heart of Asia, come to mind where its tourism sites doesn't stop at promoting the country as a whole, but includes traveling plans and destination information to encourage the desire and the enthusiasm among visitors and travelers. Again, I would like to emphasize here, monetary gain force a secondary position site to get lined by successful impressions among potential customers. We could say that after all, customers are the most interactive, trusted sources of marketing related communication. Nonetheless, all promotional activity revolve as subsets to marketing communication, constituting more than a mere delivery of the messages. So in light of the greater certainty on what is the message, who is the target, and maybe what is the objective, the latter has undeniably carry higher tendency in yielding the intended results over its promotional counterpart. Now, the importance of marketing communication has been recognized ever since 1960s. Now, a renowned, a very famous author or researcher in marketing communications who actually came out with a book called A Managerial Introduction to Marketing, Thomas A. Stott and Donald Arthur Taylor, noted that marketing effectiveness depends significantly on communication effectiveness. The market is activated through information flows. So contemporary business front call for heightened connectivity and network building over that of the last decades. Communication tasks undertaken by brand owners are directed to create dialogues with their customer to build sustainable relationship. So strategies such as product design and development, accessible outlets, and also touch point and well-aligned pricing techniques would then prevail as unspoken factors that could reinforce the delivered message, indirectly generating customer adherence. It is also important for us to understand that buyers' perception towards market offering are influenced greatly by the amount or the type of information they receive and their reciprocating actions, making the intended patronage decision, purchase decisions, and also the repurchase decision. So in this case, communication reflect and on creating creative or innovative areas within marketing which require initiative from manager and marketers to conquer market challenges. An example would be contemporary would be the innovations by Emirates. The airline giant hasn't failed in integrating aspect of commercial and printed advertisement. I would say that. Now, even sponsorship, in-flight magazines and environment-focused CSR to develop its uncanny brand identity. Now, they also focus very much with excelling ground and also in-flight services. Now, to achieve the superior experience, the well-trained human factors and convenience that outweigh an affordable pricing strategy, the airline ultimately successfully capture their market shares in the ever competitive market environment. Now, technological and advances in today's world place marketing communication in a highly sustainable position within today's business environment, as what I say. A good marketing communication strategy can fundamentally create brand awareness, yet outstanding ones can be silver bullet towards establishing explicit brand attitude, notably profit-oriented competitive advantage, like how Walmart communicates its industrial cost leadership, and LV, Louis Vuitton, convey its differentiated outlook, will not be achievable without constructive marketing communications strategy and campaign. So to wrap up the whole discussion here, I would say that marketing communications is an important player in the life of a business. Consumers rely on the information from marketing communication to make wise purchase decision, and including their repurchase decision, and also the influence on others on a certain product and brand. Now, business ranging from multinational corporation to small retailers, depending a lot on marketing communication to sell their goods and services. So in this case, in the contemporary marketing environment, it helps move products, service, and ideas for manufacturers to end users in order to build, to maintain relationship with customers, prospects, and also other important stakeholders in the company. So again, communication is vital to marketing because it brings everyone on the same page, listening to your client, enable you to come up with long-lasting solutions to solve their needs, to fulfill their expectation, and more importantly, you can actually achieve that, okay, by doing so better than your competitors, to gain a sustainable growth in your business, and to gain your core competency and your competitive advantage. Now, having said so, okay, this is actually, as what I mentioned earlier when I started the presentation, we are still in the stage of brainstorming on how to come up with the scope of this research, but the intended scope of this research will be, we try to conduct some focus group discussion to identify some ideas on the measurements, items for marketing communications, and see how this could influence, other consumer behavior, and lastly, to the effective business strategy. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thanks very much, for your kind attentions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cheng Boon. It was a wonderful topic on marketing communication, a contemporary overview.
Do you have any questions?
I would like to summarize, then we'll ask questions to this. Okay, Mr. Cheng. I would like to summarize the entire thing, Dr. Cheng. Marketing communication, a contemporary overview, is a wonderful topic he has selected.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Okay. He started with the overview of the communication and started with the transcending the conventional selling and relationship marketing. Then he has explained nicely about what is marketing, what is communication. Followed by, he said the two objectives of the marketing communication. One is creating a preference, another is shortening the sales cycle, the buying process from positioning to communication. Essential communication skills is very important for the marketing communication. He also quoted nicely one word: marketing communication should attempt to surpass first level impact to obtain lasting impression. Example is given a tourism industry, and is given classic example as what is the promotional activities, who is the target market, what is the target market. And this marketing communication was recognized in the year 1960, and marketing between the developed communities, communication should be developed there. And then he also mentioned about the buyer's perception. Example, Emirates, how the Emirates was successful. And technological advancement is very important during the course of marketing communication. A good marketing communication strategy should be to create a brand awareness and explicit brand attributes. His presentation was wonderful, awesome presentation. I'm very much happy and delighted of his presentation. I request members, if you have any clarification, please, the floor is open for the clarification.
It is a nice presentation of Dr. Cheng Boon,
yeah,
because marketing communication, it is the need of the hour. And now during the pandemic, even the farmers, they cannot sell their produced.
Yeah.
And that is why now there is a good scope for e-marketing. E-marketing is becoming very popular, but still the farmers are not satisfied with this even e-marketing. Yes. So because since you are the expert in this particular field, there is the one that is area is there, that is the future market. Future market means the farmers, they can sell their produced, even the crops are still in the field, in their field. So before harvesting also, the farmers, they can sell their produced and through what to say, marketing communication. So since you're the expert in this particular, since you're expert in this particular field, what is your view about future market that is to solve this marketing problem of the farmers, the future market? That is how the farmers, they can sell their produced even when the crop is still in the field. So yeah, what is the scope of this future market in the context of the present scenario, that is pandemic situation?
Dr. Cheng?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, please.
No, my Zoom link was cut off just now. I don't know if I missed any parts, okay, of my presentation. I'm not too sure. But back to Prof's question about farmers, crops, and all that. Now I remind, okay, a case study that I came across some time ago. This happens, okay, similarly in China, where the tea, farmer, the tea business, they actually find it a bit difficult to sell the tea to the market. So I think that, okay, after some kind of research, they found out that the market prefer something like healthy, green, okay, organic, pesticide-free, and so on. So marketing communication plays a very important factors here to communicate, to deliver the message, okay, to actually like filling the gaps, okay, of this kind of like expectations and requirement. And they actually like even came up with some idea of like giving barcode to each tree, the tea tree. And then for those who like to purchase the tree, they need to like having some kind of barcode system, so to book in advance. So actually the campaign actually worked out very well or something like that. So I did not have much actually experience in agriculture, but this case actually reminded me on the importance of firstly understanding, okay, when it comes to agriculture, what is the latest, what is the contemporary expectation of the buyer consumer in the market? I think organic green product, okay, pesticide-free kind of plants, okay, is something that they're expecting to. And then how actually like the farmers could use the strategy in marketing communication to convince, to create awareness, to create that kind of expectation to fulfill their sophisticated needs, okay? So that is actually my 2 cents about your question, Prof. Bridget.
Thank you.
I
Okay.
would like to add some. May I?
Please, Tan. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Spratu. To add on the Professor's chance to Professor's question, there is a concept that can probably solve the crops during the crops times, and there is a very contemporary concept which is along the ecosystem, business ecosystem concept, and we call it C2M. Customers to marketing or customers to farmers, C2F or C2M. So what happened is that we have to get our IT and a company to set up this business ecosystem that connects these buyers all the way directly to the farmers, and they are able to use IoT and able to use IoT to project and see what's happening in the real farms, and from there the customers can see the reality, the real-time situations, and make judgments accordingly, and then maybe to identify how much they want to buy, and then they can deal with the farmers, and then the farmers can log in, and IoT the systems can indicate through the dashboard who has been booked, how much has been booked, and who else still have the space, and so on and so forth. So that is also one of these internet. This is one of the marketing communication in a more systematic business ecosystem.
Yeah,
no, I think this is actually similar to what I said just now, using IT like barcode. To know is to love, actually. I think that sometime, okay, what happened in the market is, if we are still follow the traditional distribution system, farmer to retailer, maybe wholesaler and all that, okay? Now, the information actually like may not flow that well. So by having this kind of IT, okay, as this technology, the consumer can actually know what is going on with the plants, okay, with the crops and all that, okay? So this will actually making them more willing to pay, maybe even with a premium price, okay? So long as they know that, okay, how safe, okay, the quality of the plants, okay, and they're going to consume. Thanks very much, Dr. Tan, for your addition.
Thank you very much, Tan. Thank you very much, Professor. Any clarification, any questions, please?
Yeah, I wanted to ask one question, rather say one point I wanted to raise, if you allow me, Professor Agroman.
Please, sir, please, sir.
My point is that in the supply chain from the farmers, we have to see whether it is going to consumers, then what set of data is required, whether it is going to processors, what set of data will be required, what type of information has to be communicated. Similarly, if it is going to processors, because there are three important issues: directly to the supplier, directly to the consumer in case of fresh fruits and vegetables like products, to the processors, to the marketing agencies or storage agencies. So marketing strategies will be changing from these 3 points of view. So very important issue, but yes, it is a contemporary issue. It needs to be researched. It has to be very well thought. We can request Mr. Cheng to consider these issues also. Thank you very much.
Yes, please. Professor P.K. Srivastava, in fact, I have read in the paper, now the government is contemplating to remove the middleman. The farmers to directly goes to the end product directly go to the consumer, so that the middleman will be avoided. And the farmers takeaway is very much reduced with regard to their, the end product, the sale of end product, their commission and their thing is reduced there. The middleman has taken more, and thereby they want to remove the middleman and directly it goes end product to the consumer. That's what they're planning. They are working out the strategy for that. I hope,
Professor Raghu, that is why I didn't mention the middleman. I said directly to the consumer, to the processor, or to the storage agencies or marketing agencies.
Exactly.
Middleman no more desired.
No more there. Correct. I agree. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation by Dr. Cheng Boon and also other contributors also for this. Thank you very much. Wonderful session.
Okay, thanks very much, Sukriya. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Regina. I hand over to you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I would like to present Dr. Liliana Gilram. She is from Department of Pharmaceutical SC, Vasil Goldis, Western University of Arad, Romania. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your presentation. I work in Faculty of Pharmacy, but I don't know if for a happy reason or for unfortunately, I work in mathematics. And pharmacists need mathematics too. For that, I was chosen to present the following speaker. The following speaker, who is it's a neighbor of my country. She came from Ukraine. And it's about Professor Nadia Smigol, Professor Doctor of National University Zaporizhia Polytechnic. She defended his first thesis in 2005 and had an academic degree of Doctor of Philosophy, a PhD, in economics and mathematical modeling. And since she is a very ambitious person, she defeated the second thesis and obtained in 2013. And she have the second PhD degree in economics and management of enterprises. Since 2014, is professor of accounting and audit department. Scientific interest is about of her are management accounting, sustainable marketing, resource efficient production, decision-making methods, environmental management, sustainable development, and many others. As a publication, she have over 200 scientific and practical publication in her field, mathematics and business management, around 15 monographs, and over 100 professional publications in published in reputed journals. But she did not stop his activity here. She is head of many international projects, and part of this And we are very happy to have here Professor Nadia Smigal. Please, Professor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yes.
And I need to show my screen. So topic of my research is competitive development of the economy based on the system of indicators of labor force motivation. Sorry. And first of all, I should tell you that it is known from the personal management that the driving forces of any economic processes is labor resources. Since the management process is continuous due to the need for constant decision making, stimulating labor activity is one of the most pressing and urgent tasks of modern management. Such stimulation is possible by building an effective motivation system based on motivational factors. In turn, the motivation system in any enterprise should provide attracting and retaining highly qualified personnel with the highest level of human capital, formation of corporate culture, taking into account the social responsibility of the business, achieving the strategic goals of the organization's development on the basis of building a system of sustainable competitive advantages. The relevance of these issues is also formed by the need to ensure the growth of labor productivity due to the rapid reduction in the number of labor resources in Ukraine due to the demographic crisis of previous years. In view of the above, the purpose of this research is to study the competitive development of the economy based on the system indicators of labor force motivation. And based on the work of scientists Kremenchuk and Mikhailov, conducted a deep analysis and generalization of existing theories of employee motivation. According to the pro-post classification, all theories of motivation that exist, they can be divided into three groups. First is a meaningful approach proceeds from the fact that each person has a hierarchy of needs, the satisfaction of which lead to an increased motivation of their work. Second is procedural approach. Recognize the existence of needs, but study the main motivation factors, each individual's perception of a particular situation and the expectation of reward based on the social comparison and the past experience. And the third is behavioral approach based on the identification of factors that directly affect the behavior of people. These factors include the close circle of the environment, national and cultural characteristics, level of participation, economic and social status, working conditions, life experience, and so on. And from the point of view of statistical and economic modeling, the use of these approaches also has significant drawback, in particular the impossibility of quantitative assessment of the phenomenon under study. At best, we'll have a multi-priority ordinal scale based on individual surveys. Within the framework of this study and taking into account these prerequisites, the following factors were included in the composition of motivation factor. You can see on the slide all formulas and names of these indicators, of those that are indicators of the level of the motivation of the workforce and directly affect of the productivity and the competitiveness of enterprise in the industry. Table 1 shows the results of the generalized analysis of the dynamic of M1 and M2 indicators by type of economic activity in 2013-2019. And as you can see, on average in the economy, the staff turnover in 2019 is 32.7%. At the same time, it increased by plus 2.9%, which indicates a general negative trends of reducing the level of labor motivation. This was the case in most economic activities. According to the motivational factors discussed above, the following indicators, the dynamics of each is shown in table 2, are the share of employees transferred to a part-time working week and the level of wage raise. Data in table 2 indicates that in 2019, among full-time employees, only 3 equal to 1.7% will transfer to a part-time work. The dynamics of the last two motivational factors, M5 and M6, in 2013-2019, in the context of the types of economic activity are shown in table 3. In the world practice, several approaches are used to determine the amount of the subsistence minimum. In Ukraine, the subsistence minimum is understood as the cost estimate of the consumer basket, taking into account the minimum set of food and non-food goods and services necessary to preserve human health and ensure its vital activity. And we also calculated the reserves of labor productivity growth by meeting the motivational needs of the labor force. Figure 1 shows the results of such an assessment, provides that the values of motivational factors improve by 5%. As can be seen from figure 1, the largest resource from growth of labor productivity per worker have the processing industry, where the highest dependence on effective indicators of RP was on staff turnover and high proportion of harmful labor. Mining industry or their RP and indicators depends on the level of wage errors and a high share of harmful and life-threatening production and so on. Accordingly, we have a positive impact on the industry's economic growth rates. In conclusion, I should tell you that the scientific novelty of this work is a creating of a system of regression equations for the dependence of industrial labor productivity on motivational factors, in contrast to existing approaches, establish a quantitative relationship between these indicators and allows to determine the results of competitive economic development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for your nice talk. Do you have any questions?
First of all, I would like to congratulate Professor Nadia that she is suffering from fever. Despite that, she came forward to present her talk. You know that the voice is little bit low. So she is, despite the fever, she has presented nicely. So Premjit Singh sir, you would like to say something for Nadia's effort? Professor Nadia, please open your curtain if possible.
I'm sorry. What should I do?
Sure. Would you like to open the curtain? So come forward and open your video if possible.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
I feel sick.
Okay. So actually, she is
It's
suffering
hard
from.
to be honest, it's very hard to me to present now, but I try to do my best.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for understanding.
So we are thankful to you, Professor Nadia. Please take rest. Liliana, please go ahead, please. Liliana, Guran,
Okay.
please take care. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for your nice talk. Thank you very much for the opportunity that you leave us to hear your interesting study. Then I think is the last speaker.
Yes.
Of our conference.
Yes. Now the paper presentation is going on. Yeah, please,
play your role.
please continue. Please continue.
No, I will leave you to
Now we'll
to
leave
go
you
on
to
your host role.
No, you are FAI
I am
Council.
happy that I meet you here, all of you here. And I leave the last word to the Professor Sivastasa. Is the best for this.
No, I have already said. I would like to ask the Honorable President, sir, who is here present here. Honorable President, sir. Professor Premjit Singh, sir, please say a few words, because this is the end of the plenary talks. Now paper presentation sessions are going on parallelly. So all the paper presenters are presenting in the 4 sessions. Parallel sessions are going on. So if you say a few words, because I appreciate Professor Nadia's effort. Despite suffering from fevers, he came forward, he delivered, and even then in the previous conference, she has been awarded the best paper presenter award. Professor Premjit Singh, sir, please.
That is all the dignitaries present in this international conference. And yesterday, we also witnessed the whole, technical session. So yesterday, as compared, we thought that actually the first day, it was very successful. So in my opinion, today, the second day is also very much successful. And it is very much interesting. Altogether, 9, that is speakers talk on different topics. And yesterday, that is also because today mostly we are very much interested in social science, because since ours is agriculture, myself, Professor Srivastava. So we are also taking keen interest. So starting from the Professor Pavlov, because it was very interesting, because which is related to COVID-19 pandemic, structural change in the socio-economic development. So it was very much interesting. And the Dr. Javier generic algorithms to solve NP heart problems. And then Mahesh Lingai, trends in analysis, and even because even Dr. Zayanta Bhattacharjee is also given nice presentation. And I was very much interested about Dr. Vijayda's paper, because it is very that is related to the present scenario, COVID-19. So because she has already studied, there is included many parameters, which impact before and after this, what to say, that is what is the scenario before and after during the pandemic. And still, because she is thinking for further analysis studies, and it will be very useful, particularly to the, what to say, policymakers, and even to the government also. And because Dr. Arceloni, because actually very, what to say, senior professor, and a nice presentation within a very short, what to say, time. She explained the needle dealing with natural intelligence. Very nice, beautiful presentation. Likewise, because Dr. Hovela, Dr. Changbon, then Dr. Nadia, particularly on social science. And particularly in social science nowadays, actually, not only the science, because it may be mathematics, statistics, then social science, it is also taking a key role, particularly even the technologies are developed. And if technologies are not translated through social scientists, then there is no use. So that is why, in my opinion, the role of the, what to say, social scientists, because we have already witnessed about 3 very beautiful speakers. So I thank to all the speakers for their nice presentation. And I rated today's second day. It is also same as the first day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Professor Rajane, please. So, Krishnakanji, President sir is here. Otherwise, we would like to conclude this plenary session. So, Krishnakanji, yes. Then finally, Rajane will say goodbye to each and everyone. Yes, Krishnakanji. President sir here. Yes, sir. President sir is here. Please.
Hello.
Yeah.
He's trying to join, I think, sir.
Yeah. Professor is.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah. You are not visible, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Your voice is there, but your picture is not there. He's trying to connect, I think.
Okay. Professor Premjit Singh sir has already given the concluding remark. So we would like to say a few words from the President sir, and then Dr. Rajane will say goodbye to each and everyone meeting tomorrow. So see, Krishnakanji, please talk to President sir that whether he is able.
Okay, I will try.
Hello. Hello, am I audible, please?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yes, now you are audible.
Yeah, there are some problems of connectivity, but still I will try my best. Yeah, we have gone through all these papers, very, very interesting. And these open up newer, in fact, paradigms for exploration by the scientists and for exploration by the analysts. It is not necessarily true that it has to be a pure mathematician or a great mathematician to deal with these systems. But then what we must have is the knowledge of the complete scenario, the system as such. And in that way, we can use the data analytics and data science in day-to-day life. What is needed is integration of different researches into meaningful, into the analytics, which will yield the useful results for general public. For example, on COVID-19 also, there were 2-3 papers, very, very interesting. But then if these are integrated well, then definitely we will have meaningful kind of conclusions which can be used for general public. And then many lives in fact could be saved. And then also it is possible to find out as to which medicine is going to be effective in this regard. In business analytics also some papers were published, some papers were presented. And also in tourism, for that matter, there were few papers. So in totality, I find that the whole session was very informative, very, very educative. And there were some papers dealing with the basics of data analytics, and then the kind of scenario which is emerging in the field. Well, in future, we see lots of opportunity for scientists to delve into the data science and earn a good name by making this particular area useful for the general public, for the environment, for the ecosystem, for the quality of life as such. I enjoyed thoroughly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Rajane, please. Yeah, Krishkanji, would you like to say something?
Yes. Thanks to all speakers. It was very interesting sessions. And first time in the, I went through this new field, data analytics. Actually, I am mechanical engineer and related to I work in metals. So now I feel that metals is a very boring, boring topic, and I should also switch my research area to data analytics, and it is very interesting. It is really very interesting, and this is very much related to the general people. So it has all very much relevant nowadays. If we talk about COVID situation, if we see the COVID situation, all the talks today I am. I gone through all the talks which were presented here by our learned speakers, and those were very interesting and very relevant talks. So I thanks all the honorable speakers for enlightening us. Thank you.
Dr. Rajane, please say a few words.
Yes, I just would like to say goodbye, and I would like to thank you and say that like yesterday, today was a big day. Like yesterday, today we had many papers, very, very good. And thank about this opportunity to participate. And I think tomorrow we will continue. Thank you very much.
So thanks to each and everyone. So we'll meet tomorrow at scheduled time, 3:40. A window will open, and 4 o'clock we will start the program. And Some of the paper presenters will present 11 is to 12:30 because two sessions have been fixed for 11 to 12:30, and we will directly come to 3:30, 3:40, and program will start at 4 o'clock with the followed by the valedictory function. So this is a mere announcement. All the communication to the respective paper presenters have been already shared by the organizing committee team and the IT cell. So thanks each and everyone for sparing time. Professor Paulo, you want to say something, then you can say. Dr. Hovela, if you want to say something, please feel free to share. Because now it is an end of the program. Timely we have finished today because yesterday it was a little bit late. Timely today we have finished. Dr. Hovela, you want to say something?
Thanks for your attention and for your invitation, and we are looking forward to tomorrow event, and will be also present. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Hovela. Okay. So goodbye. Good night to each and everyone from India. Good afternoon, I think, at Brazil. So take the lunch. Here we are ready to take the dinner. So bye bye, bye bye, bye bye, bye bye, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Tchau. Tchau a todos.
Okay, bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye. Thanks for Dr. Rejane for conducting nicely this session. Bye bye. Thanks, Dr. Liliana. You came forward to say a few words. Bye bye. Tomorrow I will follow the guidelines that you generally issue for me. Yes.
Bye.
Bye 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 bye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Bidris. Thank you. So please leave because this window will continue because parallelly paper presentation sessions are going on. So that's why we will meet tomorrow.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye, Professor Arceloni. Good afternoon. Have your lunch. I am going to take my dinner. Thank you. Thanks, President sir. Namaste. 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 Bye bye. Bye bye. Please, please, please. So switch off your camera, please. Bye.
On.
और भी कोई है हम लोग के अलावा नहीं रहने दो फिर चावल हाँ नहीं तो बनाओगे तो तीनों के लिए बनाओ, बना लो, चलो बना, थोड़ा थोड़ा ही बनाना।
Yes. Yes, Priya Sharma, are you listening me? Priya Sharma. Priya Sharma Kalai, are you listening me? Miss Priya Sharma Kalai. Miss Priya Sharma, your paper is allocated tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock in the economic session. Professor Raghu Raman will be the chairperson and you will receive a formal email. Session 3 is concerned with mathematics and your paper is concerned with economics, so we cannot entertain there. So you may leave now and join tomorrow at 11 o'clock.